All right, all right, all right. Where are we at? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Where are we at? How are we doing? Where are we at? We back, we live? We ride, we wide? Is that where we at? Let's go. Refresh if you can't see the stream. We back, baby. Getting better at doing that quickly. There we go. There we go. Okay, that used to take me like 10 minutes. Now I can do it in like 2. Okay. We wide with pride. Let's do it, baby. Hey. Yeah, refresh if you can't see the stream. I know. Inform other people to refresh if they can't see the stream. If we continue to have internet issues, that is definitely on YouTube's end, because my internet, I did a test while I was not streaming. My internet right now is completely fine. So we'll see. Let me make sure I'm properly listed. God, YouTube streaming is a pain in the ass sometimes. Yep, there I am, right at the top of my sub feed. Beautiful! I love to see it! Bosch defending you on Twitter is exhausting. I know, but you're fighting the good fight, folks. Hold on. You know what? While I'm here, hold on. I'll block out the light a little bit. You know, I'll be a responsible and professional YouTube. God damn it. Responsible and professional YouTube. Look at that. How much better is that, huh? Whew. Ooh. Thank you all so much for joining me once again. I really appreciate that, comrade. The stream isn't up on the main channel. Yes, it is. I just checked. YouTube is pretty finicky in general, though, when it comes to informing people as to what the fuck is going on with the people they are subscribed to. So here we are. We are 11 minutes after the intended start time, but we are here. We're good. We're doing it now. Are you fucking ready to be concerned about our democracy and to feel generally bad about the state of things? Are you fucking ready? Hypers, if you're ready. Show me. Inform me. Let me know. That's what I like to see. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. All right, folks. Are you ready for some lib shit? Are you? Now, I'm going to admit to some frustration on this one, okay? And you know what? I'm going to do the 87th thing to out me as a lib, secret lib, today, that I've done this week, all right? And I'm going to say, even before today, I thought the Russiagate shit was pretty legit, you know? It was actually a problem. An experience that I've had with lefties who I talk to is I feel like they just want to dismiss it, like, outright, because they don't want to validate the DNC line that Hillary only lost because of Russia. Because I hear that all the time. In fact, I just tweeted about Russiagate like 40 minutes ago, and I immediately got a bunch of responses from lefties, which were either saying, okay, it's not a hoax, but the DNC was still overusing it, or it is a hoax and the DNC is overusing it. So here's essentially, I remember you laughing it off with chat a few months ago. Wrong. So here is the narrative, okay? Russiagate was essentially a long series of investigations and media hubbubaloos surrounding the idea that the Trump administration collaborated with Russia to secure the 2016 win. Right? Sounds conspiratorial. Well, the Mueller investigation turned up a fuck ton of legitimate indictments and quite a few arrests as well. So the idea that there was nothing going on there is just flatly incorrect, okay? Now, the issue here is the Mueller investigation was able to uncover quite a bit. There were plenty of people around Trump, and I don't need to get into the details because we could spend like a 2-hour stream just talking about the details, and also I've forgotten a lot of them, and it would make me look really dumb. But essentially the gist is they couldn't pin anything on Trump, but there were people around Trump who were very, very obviously sort of gesturing for help from Russia, but they weren't able to pin anything on Trump. And that was kind of that. You know, the Mueller report happened. Trump was impeached, and then the impeachment didn't happen. He was acquitted of the impeachment. Is acquittal the proper term for an impeachment there? He was cleared, or he was not impeached. Whatever. No, he was impeached. He was not found guilty. Okay? Acquittal. Yeah, there we go. And the issue that I have with a lot of lefties is there are two narratives that are going on right now with regards to Russiagate. And these two narratives have been around since 2016. These aren't new, okay? Two narratives that come from the left. One of them is that Russiagate happened. The Trump administration did ask for help from Russia. Russia interfered in our election. And that was the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. And that's a very common DNC talking point, that Hillary Clinton was this great candidate, just this fantastic candidate, but due to the slippery and seditious misbehavior of, man, really? YouTube? Man, YouTube. Why did this light pull out? Come on. It's going to make it awfully difficult to concentrate on rambling while YouTube is continuing to short the stream. I still haven't dropped any frames on my end, so I don't know why that would be happening. It's pretty frustrating. Did that delist me? The last thing you heard me say was Hillary was a great candidate? Yeah. Well, they'll clip that one. No, it didn't delist me, I guess. Okay, well, all right. Essentially, the gist is a lot of Democrats were mauling after the 2016 election and weren't willing to acknowledge the fact that Hillary Clinton was a universally disliked candidate who nobody was enthusiastic about, and Trump won not because he was able to appeal to a no voter base, but in large part because Hillary Clinton was just that despised. The DNC just didn't want to admit it because admitting it would. I still think Bernie Sanders would have taken the 2016 election. I don't give a fuck. Show me any polling data, okay? I don't give a fuck. I firmly believe this. People fucking hate Hillary. People hated Hillary. They really, really did hate Hillary. And back in 2016, the MAGA cult didn't exist just yet. I mean, it was building up over the course of the 2016 election, but it wasn't in full swing. Now, Trump has like an entire cult behind him, which means that he's comparatively harder to oust, you know, the incumbent advantage. But back then, Trump was just like the wild card. And I think Bernie, our own wild card, would have done better than Hillary Clinton. So a lot of the DNC libs, they don't want to admit this. They don't want to acknowledge that it's a possibility. So they say, if only, Russia, it was Russia's fault. If only it weren't for those Soviet, Sputnik, Kremlin, commie fascists, we might have been able to get Queen Hillary into the Oval Office. And I obviously disagree with this narrative. Now, you can blame the Electoral College for Trump's victory, and I think that's fair. Though, to be honest, I think most lefties online these days hate liberals so much that if a liberal came up to them and said, you know, Hillary should have won, but the Electoral College shorted her, the leftist would start defending the Electoral College. I'm convinced that would be the case. Like if like the average like lefty, or you have like a lib on you know, go on Chapo or something, they'll be like, well, the Electoral College does have some benefit. It does keep big cities from having total control. I guarantee you get a lefty, they'll find anything that makes that liberals look bad. That's like their number one priority. Now, with that being said, okay, Hillary lost, fantastic, great. Now, here's the issue. Even if Hillary was a terrible fucking candidate, that doesn't change the fact that electoral interference is a big fucking problem, okay? Now, lefties have a lot of cope lines for this, too. We do it, too. Yeah, and it's bad when we do it, too. What the fuck are you talking about? I've heard that one a lot, too. Remember when lefties heard that Trump said, like, Trump was being interviewed, and he was like, how do you feel about Russia doing blank? And he was like, well, America does that, too. And lefties thought that was a good thing, rather than an implicit acknowledgement that Trump was saying that, A, we do it, and B, it's not that bad because we do it. You know, like for example, you know, if you were told like, hey, Billy's parents beat Billy, and then Susan said, oh yeah, well, I beat my kids too. Do you think that's them saying both are bad, or do you think that's them defending both? You know, see the very, to me, a pretty obvious rhetorical interpretation of his behavior and motivations there, but I don't know, whatever. However people want to interpret that shit. The point is, electoral interference is not a good fucking thing, okay? It's not good. It's not good when we do it. We do it all the time. It's not good when they do it. I don't want anyone doing it. Especially since, and let's be perfectly clear here, okay? Putin has been involved in electoral interference across the globe for decades now. This isn't conspiratorial. He's an incredibly effective global manipulator. He's an incredibly intelligent guy. If you actually look into the history of Putin and how he rose his way to power and all the people around him who have died or gone missing, all the decisions that looked like they were going to turn against him ended up turning in his favor, dude is a very, very slippery character, okay? And, by the way, a fascist. I don't know why some lefties believe this. He's not a socialist. Russia's not socialist. It's an oligarchy, a hyper-capitalist oligarchy ruled over by capital owners with barely any semblance of democracy that's actively stripping human rights from its population. It's not lefty, just to be clear. But Putin has been involved in the empowerment of far-right regimes all across the world for a while now. He's had his hand in Eastern Europe. He's had his hand in Latin America. This is just something he does because it's in his best interest. Far-right dictators tend to get along with one another. That's why Trump, who would be a dictator were it not for the strength of our civic democracy, gets along so well with Putin, gets along so well with Bolsonaro, gets along so well with Kim Jong-un, more so at least than previous presidents would. The aesthetic of authoritarianism and anti-communism unites people like this. So it is undeniable to me that Putin's interference in electoral processes is an issue, which is why it bugs me so much that that lefties pretend it's not a problem. Again, I tweeted about it like just a little while ago, and I mean, I can help me out, Twitter. Jog my memory. What did people say? So the top reply was saying, yeah, Russiagate happened. However, liberals are wrong. That's not why Donald Trump got elected. Here's another reply. Sure, it's not a hoax, but it's completely overblown and a tool used to strip agency away from the Democratic Party. Come on, Vosh. Like pointing out that electoral interference happened means that you have to bite into every Democrat narrative that's ever been made on the subject. A lot of lefties just think it's lib shit to acknowledge this happened. Well, fucking hell, okay? It's not a conspiracy anymore because I think just yesterday, a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee confirmed it. They released information that was able to fill in gaps missing in the Mueller report, and we now know this is the thing that happened. So it's not a conspiracy to be debated anymore. I mean, the evidence was pretty overwhelming beforehand, but now it's just this. Now we just have this. Just facts now. Hasn't it been confirmed for a while? Now it's double confirmed. Okay? Here, let's talk about it, okay? Rereading the Mueller report more than a year after its publication is an exercise in disappointment. One gets the feeling that Mueller didn't press his inquiry to its end. Instead of settling the questions that haunt the 2016 campaign, he left them dangling, publishing a stilted document riddled with insinuation and lacunae. He rushed his work, closed up shop before he finished his assignment. That's possible. I don't know that much. While Mueller received all the hype, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence kept its head down. Yesterday, having avoided cable speculation almost entirely, the SSCI released the fifth and final volume of a report on Russia's attempt to sway the last election in Donald Trump's favor. It finally delivered what Mueller either could not or would not, a comprehensive presentation of the evidence in the matter of collusion. The report confirms that Russiagate is no hoax. Whether or not the Trump campaign illegally coordinated with the Kremlin, Trump has no grounds for proclaiming vindication, much less that he's the victim of a witch hunt. True story, Trump just a few days ago during a rally or during a press, I actually don't know what the event was, he was just speaking in a microphone outside, said that he deserves a third term because his first term was basically canceled out by the fake, false Mueller investigation. And the people cheered for him saying it. Credit largely goes to Mark Warner, the ranking Democrat in the SSCI, who shrewdly orchestrated the proceedings. Cultivating a close relationship with the SSCI's Republican chair, Richard Burr, he worked to keep the investigation deliberately low-key. As a result, the committee on the whole miraculously avoided the politicization that tainted the broader debate over Russian interference. Each of the findings won bipartisan approval prior to publication. Instead of rushing forward, the committee left the incendiary question of collusion for last. The 1,000-page fifth volume, Jesus, doesn't definitively settle the question, in part because the SSCI was unable to procure a full record of events. The White House engaged in gamesmanship, invoking executive privilege to deny witnesses and block access to a paper trail. A slew of important witnesses invoked the Fifth Amendment. Others, such as Paul Manafort, lied relentlessly to investigators. The election of 2016 is one of the most closely studied events of recent memory, yet even the best-informed students of Russian interference don't have a comprehensive understanding of it. When Mueller's prosecutors appeared in court in February 2019, they implied the most troubling evidence they had uncovered implicated Manafort, the Trump campaign chairman. This wasn't a surprising admission. Throughout their filings, Mueller's team referred to Manafort's Kyiv-based aide-de-camp, Konstantin Kilimnik, as an active Russian agent. Manafort had clearly spoken with Kilimnik during the campaign and had even passed confidential campaign information to him with the understanding the documents would ultimately arrive in the hands of oligarchs close to the Kremlin. One of the great disappointments of the Mueller report is that it fails to provide narrative closure after building up so much anticipation for the Kilimnik storyline. This is a funny way of presenting it. Vosh, isn't The Atlantic a biased source? You can find this information anywhere else. This one just had a relatively low word count for the article. So you're welcome for that, because I intended to go through it. But no, the presentation of the information here, from everything that I've heard elsewhere, is completely accurate. Mueller did not fully explain why Manafort's relationship with his Ukraine-based advisor so bothered his prosecutors. Why had Manafort passed along the documents, and what did the oligarchs want with him? This is literally just democracy. It's been like this since the beginning. Hell, it used to be a lot worse. Why do people on the left say this? You could just say that about anything, like police brutality. Oh man, dude, this is just society. It's been like that since the beginning. Hell, it used to be a lot worse. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do lefties never do this about issues they care about, ever? They'll always be like, it's never enough for them. Lefties will like, oh, there was still one trans woman killed in 2017 by police. Well, that's one woman too many. Like, you guys will be hardline fucking ideologues when it comes to your principles in one line. But on the other hand, like, oh, dude, electoral interference, like, whatever, it just happens, you know? No, come on, Jesus. The committee fills in the gaps somewhat. It reports that Manafort and Kilimnik talked almost daily during the campaign. They communicated through encrypted technology set to automatically erase their correspondence. They spoke using code words and shared access to an email account. Totally normal stuff for a campaign manager to do with an agent of a foreign government. It's worth pausing on these facts. The chairman of the Trump campaign was in daily contact with a Russian agent, constantly sharing confidential information with him. That alone makes for one of the worst scandals in American political history. I know we're all really burnt out from what's going on right now over the past 4 years, but that on its own is already insane. On its own. The significant revelation of the document is that Kilimnik was likely a participant in the Kremlin scheme to hack and leak the Clinton campaign emails. Furthermore, he kept in close contact with Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska, a former client of Manafort's. The report also indicates Deripaska was connected to his government's hacking efforts. The fact is especially suggestive. Deripaska had accused Manafort of stealing money from him. And Manafort hoped to repair his relationship with the oligarch. Was Manafort passing information along to him through Kilimnik for the sake of currying favor with an old patron? As maddeningly elliptical as this section of the report may be, and much of it is redacted, it still makes one wonder why Mueller would cut a deal with an established prevaricator like Manafort before pursuing his investigation of Kilimnik to more concrete conclusions. When Manafort, with the pardon dangling in front of him, brazenly lied to prosecutors, he helped Trump from having to confront this damning story. He wasn't the only Trump associate to obstruct justice. The committee has referred 5 Trump aides and supporters to the Justice Department for possibly providing false testimony. By undermining investigators, Trump cronies rendered Mueller's report a hash lacking a firm conclusion. They helped detonate the charge of collusion, letting it fizzle well ahead of the 2020 election. And finally, the SSCI report does an honorable job of showing which strands of speculation deserve to be buried. Carter Page, for instance, was just a grifter who never got close to the heart of the Trump campaign. It also shows many other strands, and not just those involving Manafort, merit further investigation. So many aspects of Trump campaign behavior were suspicious and designed to evade detection that the truth remains elusive even after a careful Senate investigation. The publicity of this admirable report should not mark the end of the quest to uncover what really happened. So, I'm going to say this perfectly clearly, okay? A society in which things like this are allowed to happen is not a society in which democracy is capable of surviving. Democracy, as I oft find myself reminding my contemporaries, is an important component of leftism, okay? Even these like crazy fucking Stalinist tanky types pretend that their societies through worker councils and party membership have some democratic element. Well, the problem is the level of corruption the Trump campaign has demonstrated is exponentially greater than we can verify from any comparable political candidate here in the United States of America. This is fucking insane. The Trump administration would openly and brazenly engage in the exchange of classified information with a foreign power. Trump openly, like literally openly, like in public, gestured at Russia to or WikiLeaks to release information on the Democratic Party because it would help his campaign, and then they did. We now know that WikiLeaks deliberately did so in an effort to aid the Republican Party and to help Trump win office, because WikiLeaks and Russia have shared ties. Chomsky said that Russia could have interfered, but that's nothing compared with Saudi Arabia and Israel. Wow. It's a good thing I'm also against the degree to which Saudi Arabia and Israel interfere with our elections. Damn. Oh my God. That's incredible. It's almost like I can be upset with multiple things at once. Democracy can't survive this. You realize that, right? Not just bourgeois democracy. No democracy can survive this. The Trump administration, it's been hollowed out from the inside, as dozens of people who surrounded him have either been kicked out for suspicious behavior, dropped off, been indicted, or been arrested. A ton of people pled the fifth. A fuck ton of people in the Trump administration have openly lied or just not shared any information to form a wall of obstinacy that has prevented us from actually getting at the heart of the matter and getting information on Trump specifically. And there's literally nothing that we can do about this unless we are willing to adopt the same jingoistic, obstinate, dogmatic hatred of Trump's administration that so many libs have. This isn't some impartial, we don't get to be snooty about this. Is that light moving? Yes, the curtains of the window above me are moving because it's windy. We don't get to be snarky about this. We don't get to stand off in the corner with our arms crossed and go like, yeah, well, sure, that did happen. But there are like other attempts at interference, and like Israel still exists. And also like whatever, Hillary would have lost anyway. Why are you people? All right. I'm not gonna go off on lefties here. Okay. Positive messaging. The point is, this is a real fucking thing, all right? It's a real thing. And when people act as though, even before the release of the Senate Intelligence Committee, so even a year ago, when lefties act as though Russiagate is lib shit, what I hear is, I hate the DNC narrative so much that I will openly undermine the democratic process if it means owning it to the libs or sticking it to the libs. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds to me like their top priority is making sure nobody mistakes them for like a Democrat with a Democratic hard line. That's their top priority, you know? You know how I've said before that to lefties, liberal is the N-word? I do genuinely believe that. I actually believe that like in lefty communities, at least when it comes to political association, being called a liberal is far more offensive to them than being called a fascist or a Nazi or anything like that. Anything like that. YouTube chat is filled with some Russiagate apologia. Yeah, I don't doubt it, because it's lib shit to them, because they just want to trigger the libs. It's crazy. Yeah, seriously, I'm telling, I'll go up to one of these lefties and talk about how Hillary would have won because in a just election because of the popular vote. Watch them defend the Electoral College. Okay, holy shit, you know. We've seen lefties do this before as well when people started to make those uneducated voter comments when black people were voting for Biden over Bernie. There are a lot of really weird comments that come out sometimes from hardline leftists when there's a chance of them being associated with Democrats. You know, I gotta Fix those curtains. Fuck me. Well, whatever the case may be, goddamn. This is a real problem. I don't even know what to do about it. Honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. I feel kind of fucking helpless. I mean, this is just such an obvious, just such an unbelievably obvious and blatant subversion of the democratic process. And the Republicans aren't going to believe it, even though it's factually confirmed by a bipartisan committee. Trump is still going to talk about how it's all a fake hoax that they did, political bias, blah, blah, blah. Chomsky said that the Russian investigation was a gift to Trump. I don't care. That has no bearing whatsoever. Wait, do you think you should just ignore reality? Maybe the way the Russian investigation was handled was a gift to Trump. Do you think that you should just ignore factual information? Is that the solution here? Like, the Russia hoax was a gift to Trump. Should we not investigate? Chomsky, I'm pretty sure, has said that Russiagate is possible. I'm pretty sure what Chomsky was referring to was the handling of Russiagate. The best way to have handled Russiagate probably would have been to politicize it as little as possible. The more it's politicized, the less Republicans would believe it, you know? If out of nowhere, with no prior mention, in the middle of 2018, a bipartisan Senate committee had come out with a fuck ton of damning information on the entire Trump campaign, that probably would have led to better outcomes than the incredibly highly politicized investigation that had taken place previously. You're strawmanning the vast majority of these lefties are not denying Russiagate, just denying the narrative. I genuinely disagree with that. No, I've seen plenty of lefties. Chapo Trap House have just openly made fun of like Russiagate before. I've seen tons of lefties, like prominent lefties. I've seen Kyle Kulinski do it as well. Obviously, Jimmy Dore did it, but that's not, I mean, it's not even like a proper lefty. Before or after the news? Before the news. Because before the news, there was still plenty of evidence in favor of that. One of the problems was that the Republicans immediately politicized it. Yeah, of course. Well, they'll politicize any like public information that they can use to project a victim narrative, obviously. Yeah, Hassan does it as well, because it's lib shit to them. Yeah, it's lib shit. It's just lib shit to them. Democracy, it's lib shit, you know? Fair elections, it's lib shit, whatever. Yeah. I reject the assertion this isn't a problem within the left. I do feel like, much like conservatives, owning the libs really kind of is the foundational underlying belief that most lefties adhere to, you know, and sometimes not much else, unfortunately. But you know what? That's okay, comrades, because at least we have each other. In all seriousness, though, from now on, whenever you see this narrative being pushed about Russiagate, the information is out there. The information is factual. Now you know, okay? And if you want to, you can look more into it. Obviously, the details of this report are contained in a 1,000-page document, which is the 5th in 5, papers that have been released. So it's not as though the one article that I read you contains all the information on the subject, but it is something worth looking into, I think. Neat. Do you think there's a chance the next segment we do can have no me dumping on other leftists? Could we possibly do that? Because I have a fun video we can watch. It really, really bothers me. Wait, Vosh is doing this to buddy up with Destiny and Bastia. In a few months from now, he'll renounce socialism. Roz, you're not a fucking socialist. Marx literally wrote everything he wrote because he felt that capitalism infringed on freedom, one of the fundamental things that he believed in for the average person. You are advocating right now for ignoring proof that a foreign power, a fascist government, interfered with our democracy to try and invoke another fascist government. You're not a fucking lefty, bro. You're not an ally to leftism. You're not doing anything good for the world. You're a fucking idiot who's more interested in contrarianism and anti-liberalism than you are in actually making the world better for anyone. The world would be a better place if you would just dunk your head in the fucking sand and wait until enough rock and granulate material poured into your ears that it could replace the portion of your brain that's making you act this fucking stupid, okay? You are a fucking disgrace to leftism and to everything you claim to believe in, and your interest in leftism is purely fucking aesthetic, okay? How many flags do you have hanging from the wall in your fucking dorm room apartment, or more likely in your from the back of your fucking backpack that you take to middle school, okay? Jesus fucking Christ, I hate you people. Let me fix this curtain 1 second. It's been kind of fluttery. There we do. Guys, the fact that you guys comment on my ass literally every time I stand up makes me want to go buy a bunch of, like, black sweatpants so any, like, butt cheeks I have are completely indistinguishable from one another. You're making me this is objectification, okay? Squad W, you'd never do this. You would never do this to a girl streamer. You'd all be... If I was a fucking girl socialist streamer, you'd all be, like, weird championing each other right now. Like, whoa, don't objectify her. Like, bro. Now you wouldn't. Now you fucking wouldn't. Here, really quickly, before we do the next segment, which is a little bit more fun and something we haven't done in a little while, let me see how the Borisenko discussion is going. Dun, dun, dun.
Issues that I have with you is this idea, this like I'm becoming more conservative because people are mean to me online, which you said is a straw man. But
I mean, Borisenko has literally said that. She tweeted that she used to be in favor for, like, Medicare for all, but then she saw how lefties were mean to her online, and now she doesn't. Yeah, I don't know if I can watch this. Oh, God. I wish this was being done on Shu's channel and not Borisenko. This is way the fuck too much attention for somebody this stupid and this griftery. Ah, well. What are we gonna do? Thoughts on the Milo Destiny debate? I've talked about it. Yeah. I don't know how much Borisenko believes the shit that she does. I'm actually inclined to believe that she does. Normally, when somebody is that grifty, I would believe that they're bullshitting. But everything I've seen of Borisenko, I really just think has a really low IQ. Like, she's just really, really dumb. Like just cognitively not there. The first video that she did on me unprompted, where she tried to debunk worker co-ops by reading an article that weren't on worker co-ops and weren't even against the thing that wasn't worker co-ops. And it took 15 minutes for her to read out one paragraph in that article and then smugly talk about her, like, expertise without citing a single source or, like, figure. Yeah, I think she's just really, really stupid and insecure. She has a PhD, what the fuck? She has a PhD from a for-profit online university. So that's one step above a diploma mill, you know? Yeah, she's got a PragerU degree. Exactly, yeah. John Doyle's still a scumbag? What is he up to?
Today is Thursday. This presumably would have...
Oh, yeah. I wanted to talk about this. Oh, this is great. We can just do this video. This is fantastic. This is great. We'll just use this video. Okay, yeah, so this is great. Guys, remember when a guy called George Floyd died? Remember that? Do you remember? Do you remember? There's a small, little-known event. Some of you might remember, the older ones, okay? Because this happened like 2.5 months ago. Well, listen, folks. Why did people get so mad that George Floyd died? I'll answer the question for you. It's an answer that I know because I'm not really, really dumb. So it wasn't just because George Floyd was black. It was because George Floyd was, let's get a number of things together here, black, killed by police in a viral video that showed the police wildly mishandled the situation, and the murderer of George Floyd was not immediately arrested, and additionally, there was a massive media buzz of people defending the death of George Floyd. So there we go. Thumb. I didn't want to use my fucking thumb. I wanted to use my fingers. So those are why. Those are the things. Those are the things that led to... There are more reasons. Yeah, there are probably more. It gets into it, but those are fundamentally the reasons why the George Floyd protests ramped up. Now, conservatives have got you. Did you know? Liberals, did you know that sometimes black people kill white people too? Well, if that was true, that would destroy the narrative, wouldn't it? Because when people got mad at George Floyd, it was because they believed that the only type of killing that could happen was when white people killed black people. So evidence that a black person could kill a white person. That would undo everything. Here's John Doyle with the hit.
Would have been Cannon Hinnant's fourth day of kindergarten. His first day was supposed to be on Monday, but Cannon didn't get to experience his first day of kindergarten, and he won't get to experience his first day of first grade, and he won't get to go shopping with his mother for school supplies and watch, regretfully, as every year his list becomes filled with less colored pencils and crayons and more notebooks and binders, because he actually won't.
First off, this is an insane fucking appeal to emotion from the beginning. Yeah, no shit. When people die, they don't get to live. It's just, oh man. I would, if I just want to say, if somebody was trying to make a call out video and they talked like this about George Floyd, I would also call them out for that. Like, George Floyd, he'll never get to have his 45th birthday. I don't know how old George Floyd was. He'll never get to see his grandkid. I have no idea. Like, it's just a weird bait to emotion.
Won't get to do any of the things that we all enjoyed growing up because he had his life stolen by this man Darius Sessoms because he supposedly biked on the man's lawn by accident. And so Darius Sessoms approached 5-year-old Cannon while he was playing outside with his sisters, and he executed him. He shot this 5-year-old boy in the head point blank, and the media are silent. If you
No, they are not. So this is the myth that's being perpetuated by the conservatives here. So they say the media was silent. So first of all, the media doesn't report on every single murder that happens. A lot of murders happen in America. Not every single murder gets reporting. There was a viral video of George Floyd, which was a police officer killing a black guy. It wasn't just a random murder. Not every murder gets high levels of media attention. So even if the media gave this no attention, I don't think that's evidence of hypocrisy. What are we supposed to learn from this killing? Like what narrative is there? A fucking crazy black guy killed a white kid? Like, okay, but like, were they a cop? Like, is there any evidence of a systemic problem here? Like, what? You know, like, not every murder gets a ton of media attention. Of course, the narrative here is still a lie because this got plenty of media attention. I have heard about this from so many media sources. They're saying that, like, the media only reported on it, like, a day after? Like okay. I don't know. Really fucking weird. And what's more, the guy who killed the white kid, believe it or not, was immediately subject to a statewide manhunt, arrested, and is now facing life in prison. So what's there to protest here? What's there to protest here? You know? Like, the system is working as it should. There was a crazy fucking murder, but that's bad. And then they were immediately arrested, and now they're never going to see the sunlight again. Like, I don't. By the way, I want to make it perfectly clear that if it had been a black kid who was executed by a crazy white guy for riding over a lawn, if it had been the races reversed, A, people would be talking about how the black kid was no angel, and B, if there was any media attention given to it, they would call it politicizing and race baiting. Okay? There's absolutely no consistent standard here. There is absolutely none. They would be talking about how the kid didn't die from the bullet. They died from the sugar dust. The what are they called? The little sticks you twist the bit off of, and you pixie sticks. Yeah, something like that. You know? Yeah, he had COVID. He just died of COVID. The bullet spread the COVID-19 cells further into the body. Like, yeah, it's some shit like that. You know what I mean?
try to find this story online, you're only going to find it from like local sources, a few conservative publications maybe. But
really, white kid shot by black man. New York Daily News. Here, we can get 5-year-old. Here. 5-year-old kid. Shot by black. Yep. There we go. There we go. ABC Houston. News E12. CNN. Literally just CNN. Washington Post. Yeah, looking up the name of the kid would probably be best, huh? Fox News, they're still reporting on it like a week after the murder. Forbes, Washington Post, Fox, CNN. Like, okay. All right. Okay, dude. Nice meme. Hassan is talking about me right now. Okay. Wait, it's not Hassan. It's Hassan the Hun? Hassan Abi. All right. Good or bad? Uh-oh.
Have you seen a documentary called The Great Hack about Cambridge Analytica? Yes, I have. Cambridge Analytica was significant, except what you have to recognize about Cambridge Analytica is that it is a continuation. It is a continuation of demographic targeting, or sorry, psychographic profile targeting that the Obama campaign was celebrated for engaging in. Okay?
Okay, wait. Oh, God. Do you think I could convince him to mute his stream to talk for 5 minutes? He's so much bigger than me. Probably not. I'm about the same size as Destiny, so it's easier for me to make that call there. Hold on. Why do I make this editing work difficult for myself? Let me message him on Discord. Hassan is way bigger than Destiny? Yeah, of course. Hassan is huge. Uh-oh.
Contract where I can go to YouTube and do a YouTube live stream and have a conversation with Vosh, okay? Mute your stream and talk to Vosh. Dude. Oh my God. You know, I love that Vosh exists in this space because I think he's a magnet for all the Destiny style leftists. And I am very happy. Not only am I happy because I think he does a good job pushing back and debating and doing the debate lord stuff from an actual leftist point of view, which I recognize and think is great. I do. But also, the secondary function that I personally appreciate is the fact that he just sucks up all of the fucking debate lord weirdos that I don't want in here anyway. Stop saying Vosh sucks ass as well. Like the people that come in and say Vosh wants to talk right now. Like the immediate urgency that I all right, dude, let me just shut off the stream so I can have a conversation with Vosh.
I mean, if you want, this,
Like-
it's fine. It's...
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. I think I can probably intuit what he's
If this election isn't a good time to vote third party to encourage more progressive policies for the Dems, when is a good time? Voting third party to encourage more progressive policies from the Dems is not a real thing.
Yes.
Okay? That's my take on this. And I
All right, there we go. Okay, we're leaving on a good take. Thank you, Hassan. I'm not editing that shit out because I'm lazy as fuck. The basic gist of it is that I can probably intuit what Hassan was saying. Hassan was probably saying that Hassan was probably saying that he hasn't outright dismissed the Russiagate thing, but has actually lambasted Democrats for being hypocritical in their overfixation on Russiagate while ignoring a bunch of other types of electoral interference that take place abroad and domestically. And that B, by overfixating on Russiagate now, we're probably giving way too much credence to the DNC narrative that this is exclusively a orange man bad issue. And that instead, if we want to actually approach these problems, we have to do so from a much broader and much more systemic perspective. That's probably what he was saying? And I think both of those are very fair takes. I think those are probably both very fair takes. I don't know, like, I could hash them out, but yeah. I'm going to assume he didn't say some crazy shit like Russiagate is a hoax, or like, it's not a problem to interfere in our election, or any of that shit. It's probably not that. That was 100%. He was talking about liberals blaming everything on Russia. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Hassan's chat is spamming about you being a rapist transphobe. Whoa, the broader left hates me? What a surprise. Also, usually when you see chat spammers or like chat spamming blank, it's usually just like 5 or 10 people who are spamming the same thing over and over and over again. It's not usually like the entire chat. There were 10,000 people watching Hassan's chat. If everyone was spamming anything, chat wouldn't be, it wouldn't even be, it's not even that it wouldn't be readable. You wouldn't even be able to perceive the individual letters. What I've found is that when I find like people are spamming something like really mean, if you just ban like 5 people, it goes away, you know? So it's really just those people. And the people who hate me fucking hate me, so they commit to that as well.
The mainstream media are dead silent about this story. And one of the saddest things that I read pertaining to this story was from...
So as we have established, the mainstream media was in fact not dead silent on this story. The only so what actually happened here was the murder took place. It was a fairly unremarkable murder in that it didn't really like have any broader systemic meaning. And the media probably reported on it lightly, but then a bunch of conservatives started acting as though the fact that they weren't reporting on it means the media is only interested in reporting on black deaths and not on white deaths, and that means that they have to signal boost it. So the conservative outrage on the lack of alleged media coverage is what drove the coverage from Fox News and what have you.
The cousin of the boy's mother, who said, he will never be forgotten. And I believe that she believes that. I truly do. But the reality is that Cannon will be forgotten soon. I mean, some of us might make a point to remember him, but the reality is that 2 weeks from now, no one's going to be talking about this story. But
yeah, no shit. What do you have any? Wait, how many murders in U.S. per year? All homicides, number of deaths, 19,000. So, yeah, you would have like, that's like what, 50 people a day? 60 people a day? Like, yeah. Quit fucking virtue signaling. Holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, you can remember them if you want. Like, you didn't know this kid. I don't know why you're acting that this kid's death is like a personal blow to you. It's insane how conservatives will call other people snowflakes, but then act like this. Oh, wait, 19,500. No, that's not 19,000 per 500 per 100,000. If it was, that would be 20,000 murders per 100,000 people. That would mean every year a fifth of the population is murdered. Wait. Yeah, that would be a fucking genocide. That would not be. That's per state. Yeah, all homicides. And then on a separate line, deaths per 100,000 population, 6. There you go.
But 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, we will all still be talking about George Floyd. St. Floyd of Minneapolis, 2 years.
Ooh, nice. So George Floyd, again, will be talked about because he sparked a fucking a civil rights march. Yes, no shit. That's how it works. An asymmetrical distribution of attention is given to murder victims sometimes, especially when you're murdered by the fucking police.
2 decades from now, our children will have to memorize that name for American history exams.
Yep.
And we know why that is, but to the average person, that might seem a bit strange, but they probably won't question it.
No, the average person probably wouldn't find that strange because the average person isn't a fucking idiot and knows how asymmetrical media attention works.
Because people are not actually individuals. That's my favorite shitlib assumption. We all know some liberal whose entire personality is just, excuse me, are you registered to vote? Are you registered? Oh, if only more people voted. If only more people, then everything would be fine. The problem isn't more democracy, it's less democracy. We really need all the people who haven't been interested or intelligent enough to take 2 minutes to register to vote. We really need them calling the shots.
What?
Most people do not think about things. Most people do not have agency. They do not possess the internal monologue. They basically...
Is he having a Joker moment? What the fuck is he talking about right now? Yeah, you think democracy works? Look into the mind of the average. What are you talking about? This is like an unironic anti-democracy. Funny for somebody who postures as like, America's greatest child.
Respond to stimuli and group conformity and then default to pursuing food, sex, and leisure. And the reason I bring this up is because the fact that there is not national outrage about this in isolation, let's not even compare it to George Floyd for a second. The fact that this in itself is not getting people demanding media coverage for this story.
For one, it did. Conservatives did demand media coverage. For two, why? Why? Why does it deserve national attention? Why? What special happened here to what is there to be outraged about? The murder? People die every fucking year. People aren't outraged about George Floyd's murder. They're outraged about the systemic injustice it is a part of. The mom has literally asked people to stop politicizing her son's death. Like, you're literally like Doyle over here is standing with his boot foot atop the sobbing head of the mother while screaming to the rooftops about how the media not having a fucking day blackout, a day of silence on this one random child's death, for the murderer for whom was immediately fucking caught, is evidence of injustice.
Indicates so much about what we talk about. Like, if a 5-year-old white boy can be executed in his front lawn in front of his sisters, and the media won't cover it because the murderer was a black man, and as
Whoa, that's a little conspiratorial of you, my good friend. The media won't cover it because it's a black man. Do you have any evidence of that? Because plenty of murders don't get covered every year. Do you have any evidence whatsoever, at all, that there was a lessening of media coverage because the boy was white? Or is that just something you're assuming because white nationalists, I do think that he's a white nationalist, by the way, have a perpetual fucking victim complex, and you guys are looking for every possible opportunity to sob. Can you imagine? This is white privilege, bro. When for black people to be oppressed, they have to have the entire criminal justice system against them, which they do. For white people to be oppressed, one of the fucking many murders that happens every year has to be not covered, and it's a white boy, you know? This is just something they're doing to push a race war narrative. There's nothing else to it. John, I keep saying George Floyd, John Doyle. They sound the same in my head. Doyle over here doesn't give a fuck about this kid. He's just pushing a race war narrative.
As a result, no one in this country cares. How do you ever expect to gain any ground? I mean, we have no cultural power in this country, but conservatives think that we're winning because,
just the president and the Senate and Tucker Carlson, the single most watched media personality in all of American history, and all of daytime television, and Fox News gets better ratings than all of the other mainstream news channels. Yeah, just none whatsoever. Victim complex in these people. Holy fuck.
Trump's in office, and the other day he totally owned this stupid liberal reporter. Cry more, leftist. Hold on, let me drink some leftist tears. Would you like to know what that is? That is a cope of astronomical proportions. They are so overwhelmingly in charge of the narratives in this country, and as a result, what everyone thinks in this country.
How's this different from Trayvon Martin? Because Trayvon Martin, oh God, do we really have to go over each and every one of these? So Trayvon Martin was murdered by George Zimmerman, and that murder was largely stayed in prominence because George Zimmerman lied repeatedly about the events that took place, misrepresented the story, and went on a fucking media circuit describing his take on the events. He has literally auctioned off the guns he used to kill that Trayvon Martin. Like, George Zimmerman, if it was just a random fucking murder, it never would have been. He wasn't arrested for a while after the murder. It's like, it's not like this. These aren't even remotely comparable. He was never even convicted. But it's arguable that the state overcharged him, so that might have been the fault of the prosecutor. Also, here's another hot tip. You know why all these black deaths end up getting so much media attention? Because conservatives immediately go to work dehumanizing the black boy. That's why. Like, you guys make it bad. Every single fucking time a black kid gets killed by a non-black person, you people immediately take to the fucking Fox News comment section and Facebook posts talking about how he was no angel, how he deserved it, how he was a thug, how he was a piece of shit. Start spam posting pictures of him doing a gang sign for a MySpace profile picture that he did back in 2005. You guys escalate everything. It's insane. You are your own worst enemy, and you're going to lose every time because the entire history of this country has been people who believe the things you believe being trampled over by the good sense of the majority. But you keep making yourselves the victim here. You keep making yourselves the target. If it weren't for you people turning Trayvon Martin's murder into a fucking media spectacle, if it weren't for George Zimmerman's insane fucking narcissism, I imagine people wouldn't have given a shit about Trayvon Martin. If George Zimmerman had just been arrested and then charged with a lower crime, gone to jail for 6 years, like, that's it. Easy peasy, simple as that. But every time, you gotta make it a thing.
That a case like this is completely ignored, specifically because it was a black man murdering a young white boy.
Whoa, got any evidence for that highly conspiratorial claim, my dude?
A child. And so when the silent majority disappears as our older generations leave us and the generations replacing them are being indoctrinated by these narratives from infancy throughout their lives.
What narratives?
They're now the majority of the electorate. What then? It's over then. We will have the ultimate illusion of choice. You know, sure, we're all going to get to cast our vote because everyone's voice counts, and we all get to pick where we get our information from because it's a citizen's duty to be informed, but it won't matter. It will be a one-party state.
What the fuck is he talking about? This kid is, I'm pretty sure he's just priming his audience for fascism. First of all, I fucking wish conservatives were the silent majority. Holy fuck. Why can't they shut up? Second of all, he's like all of his little interim bits here where he's talking about how like it won't matter, democracy will fail us. I mean, he's pretty much just advocating for a civil war. Yeah. Damn, John, aren't you like 20 or something? You're a little bit young to be going the full fascist route. If you really like, man, how far people fall.
You will have the Democratic Socialists and you will have the liberal Republicans who will appear to be right-wing by comparison.
Ah, yes. The Republican Party has definitely moved further to the left over the past 40 years. That's where the Republicans have gone, even though all measurable information indicates that the Democrats are moving left and the Republicans moving right.
The point is that winning elections isn't enough. We have to actually take control of the culture. It is the only way. Otherwise, our window to win elections is only going to be open for about 10 more years. If a story is unbelievably evil and shocking as
Cannon Hinnan, ABC News. When did this video come out? August 13th, 2020. And today is the 19th, which means that 7 days ago would have been before he released this video. But 7 days ago, an Inside Pack Sports. Oh, is this a forum post? Okay, that doesn't really count. I wonder why this isn't plastered all over the news. It looks like back then a lot of the posts were just forum posts asking for more media attention. It's the top one? Yeah, I'm not looking for the top one. I'm looking for ones that are more than 7 days ago. I can see this here, but this came out after John Doyle made the video. Oh, he put the quotes here, I see. Wait, he didn't put the quotes in some of them, but he put the quotes around a couple other ones. Huh. Local news covered it a lot. Yeah, what is local news? What district is this in? Hold on. Canon. Here, we can settle this right now. How much media attention was there on this subject 7 days ago? Where's the advanced search? Tools. Custom range. Okay, so we want this from, let's just go 08. 01, 20 to 7 days ago, which would be the 12th. ABC 11 coverage. New York Post, KBTX, Fox 59, WSET, People.com. Okay, that's a fairly prominent site. CBS 17, AP News, WSPA, Wilson Times, Fox News. No way, really? From Fox News. Published August 11th. This was before the video came out. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Just a bevel of local media covering a local murder that was uneventful in every other way, including, Fox News. Jesus Christ. So, again, I don't think this murder, deserves a fucking global response, but there was clearly media coverage of it locally after it took place. Fox 40, Fox 13 News. Oh, wait, that was 6 hours ago. WMBF News, independent.co.uk. Man, we even have fucking UK websites coming in on it. So he's literally just malding that there wasn't a CNN article on it? Is that it? Is that the only real accusation here? There wasn't a fucking CNN article on it, and that's why he's acting as though nobody gave this any attention? Yeah, okay, so that's it. All right, well, there you go. I'm super sorry there wasn't a CNN article on one of the many murders that takes place in the United States that year.
This can't get covered because to do so would jeopardize the narrative.
What
You
narrative?
can forget just begging for diversity of thought because they don't care. And they probably would have cared at least a little bit if the murderer were a white guy. Like, hey, look at this. Look, this was really sad. And then people would be like, wow, white people are the worst. What else?
Do you have any evidence for that? Is that what happens when a white person kills another white person? Is that typically what takes place? That the narrative is people looking at it and going, wow, white people are the worst? That's what happens when a white person kills a white person? God, the victim complex in these people is fucking crazy. Holy shit. John, my friend, do you think that your blood pressure might be at a little bit healthier of a level if you didn't assume that every single thing that you don't like didn't happen because there was a media conspiracy against you? What is the narrative? You know, from like a video editing perspective, you should probably tell people what the narrative is. If that's the, you know, the line you're going to be pushing.
Else is new, but to even acknowledge that black people do things like this, just like white people, and actually even more than white people, would undermine the narrative that black people are the eternal victims in.
There it is, the black crime rate argument. The narrative that black people don't commit crime. That narrative that I hear all over the place from sites such as and news publications such as and others. Oh yeah, that's a big narrative that I hear all over the place. That black people are the eternal victims. You know, you can actually be the victim of systemic discrimination and also commit more crime. In fact, those two things correlate pretty heavily. Because if you're discriminated against in a wide variety of political and economic ways, you're subject to social conditions that increase criminality. Generally speaking, wealth and access to higher education don't make people commit more crime.
In society at the hands of white people who are the eternal oppressors. That's what this is about. This is about preserving the Black Lives Matter narrative. This is about keeping the spotlight and national conversation on George Floyd. But let's compare these cases. I think it's fair to say that things can be tragic and things can be more tragic than other things, and particularly with deaths. I think a lot of that is weighted on who the person is, what their character was like, and also the...
No, actually, how angry people get at a police killing has nothing to do with the character. Ooh, now we get the he was no angel arguments. He's running through every single white supremacist talking point here. Oh yeah, that's why people got upset when George Floyd was murdered by a police officer and the murderer wasn't even charged immediately, and the mainstream news was flooded with conservatives justifying his death. It was because George Floyd was such a nice guy. This is the shit that people like Candace Owens constantly push. Like, oh yeah, George Floyd didn't deserve to die, but he was no angel. And then that extra body cam footage was leaked by one of those news sites that showed absolutely nothing except for the fact that George Floyd was anxious and fidgety. And people are like, nope, never mind. He deserved to die. Ha! Well, he was no angel and he deserved to die. Whoops!
The circumstances surrounding their death. And so with George Floyd, we're told by the supposedly reasonable people that, you know, even if he's not the angel that he's being purported to be, the circumstances of the death are still tragic. It's like, okay.
I don't use the term tragic when I describe stuff like this. I don't know. Tragic is a very weirdly narrative rule. It's a very narrative term to use when it comes to fighting systemic injustice.
Were they more tragic than being executed at point blank range in front of your sisters at 5 years old? No, they weren't. But what about the people? Okay, well, one was a perfectly happy...
Literally, well, what about their moral character? You don't know anything about this 5-year-old white kid, okay? What if he was a little piece of shit? You don't know. What if he fucking peed on people? You have no idea. You have no idea how many times he peed on other people.
happy, wonderful 5-year-old boy who probably would avoid stepping on a ladybug if it weren't his.
But George Floyd was a drug-addicted criminal. Yeah, again, this is completely irrelevant. But not, you're going through the "he was no angel" argument. I like how he prelude. Listen how he prompts this.
Point blank range in front of your sisters. Tragic. It's like, okay, you know, even if he's not the angel that he's being purported to be, the circumstances of the death are still tragic.
See, right here, he prompts the "he was no angel" conversation by saying, well, maybe the circumstances of the death were tragic. And then he doesn't talk about the circumstances of the death. He talks about the character of the people who died. It's like a 5-year-old boy. Like, they're barely even capable of making moral decisions yet.
It's like, okay, no, they probably would avoid stepping on a ladybug if it weren't in his past.
What is this? You would avoid stepping on a ladybug? What the fuck is this narrativization, dude? This beautiful angel who would never hurt a fly. What the fuck are you going on about, dude? Holy shit. You are LARPing so fucking hard. He's just a boy. He's just a 5-year-old boy. You don't know anything else. He's probably cool. I don't know. I like kids. They're cool. What else?
And the other was a middle-aged, degenerate, drug-addicted
Degenerate. Ooh, we're laying it out. Give it to me.
criminal who robbed pregnant women at gunpoint and elected to point the weapon at their in utero child.
Damn.
And who also starred in amateur pornography. Now,
Oh, whoa. Is there a problem with that one?
judging
He does think there's a problem with that one.
by the national outrage, judging by the cities that were burned, you would think
Cities that were burned because a couple of blocks caught fire in Minneapolis and there was some property damage in other cities. Cities that were burned. My God, these fucking drama students, these theater kids. Good Lord. Anyway, once again, the response doesn't really come in proportion to the morality of the person who was killed. You know, it also wouldn't have mattered if Rosa Parks was like a huge piece of shit. The prompting there still would have been valid.
You would think that George Floyd's death was more tragic, but after breaking it down, I think it's safe to say that Canon Hinnan's death
God, I wish I could debate him. Is there anything worth still looking at this, like this video for? So this is just like, nobody covered it except for the people who did, and we're the victims, and they didn't cover it because he was white and he's killed by a black guy, even though I have no evidence, and I'm completely race baiting with literally no fucking evidence whatsoever. And also, people definitely prompt civil movements based on the moral character of the people who are unjustly killed. It wouldn't matter if George Floyd had pulled the trigger on that little fucking in utero baby and killed it and the mother. If George Floyd was a free citizen walking out amongst the street and he had happened to him what happened to him by those police officers, that still would have been injustice worth throwing a riot over. Absolutely, yeah.
is more of a tragedy than George Floyd's death. Canon Hinnan is more of a tragedy.
Are we?
The way that they regard life is of conditional value, and maybe with abortion, they had to be completely swept under the rug. This was
Wait, how can this motherfucker just say that we value life conditionally when he just said that George Floyd's death wasn't as big of a deal because he was a degenerate? Wait, how the fuck can he make these points, like, sequentially?
not a coincidence. These people communicate. They have editorial meetings, and they have official decisions to blacklist categorically stories like this because reporting on them and providing.
Do you have proof of that? Or are you just as, ooh, wait, who are the people? Wait, who are these media moguls who are collaborating with one another to silence the narrative that black people also do crime? You know, a little known secret of American culture.
Providing truth to the American people would undermine their manufactured narrative. So when they say Black Lives Matter, they don't just mean that Black Lives Matter. Like, of course, Black Lives Matter. No one disputes that. What they really mean.
You literally just said that it wasn't as big of a deal that George Floyd died because he was a degenerate porn star, criminal thug. Like, you literally just did that. People dispute that shit all the time. Anytime a black guy dies, people like you immediately run online to justify it. Remember Eric Garner? Holy shit, I can't believe people, like, unironically, not only did people defend the police officers who killed Eric Garner, the New York City Police Department wore a bunch of shirts saying, "I can breathe," and did a protest to protest how mean people were being to them, that 4 of them murdered somebody for selling loose cigarettes. They all had spent thousands of dollars on custom-made clothing so they could mock the last words of a man they murdered for selling loose cigarettes. So, yeah, no, I don't really buy the whole everyone accepts Black Lives Matter narrative. That wasn't just random dipshits online. That was the New York City Police Department. You guys fucking hate black people. Why don't you just own up to it? Why do you got to be such pussies about it?
is that Black lives matter because they are Black. White lives don't matter simply because they are white, and unless they can be used to propel the narrative, they don't matter at all. That's
Do you think this video will end without him giving the okay sign and saying it's okay to be white?
the message. That's the most tragic thing about this whole thing, that Canon Hinant doesn't get to be remembered. He won't get a mural because he is
Nearly $1 million has been raised for his family. Wait, do you think every murder victim deserves a mural? What the God, I wish I could debate John Floyle on this. The shit he's saying is so unbelievably stupid. I could hold him to every single fucking point. Oh, God, it's so frustrating. Because I know I could. Earlier on in my career, when I made fun of, did I say John Floyle? Oh, God, I can't listen. John Doyle. Earlier on in my career, we were going to debate like in person or something, but then he backed out because I was mean to him or whatever. But then he unblocked me on Twitter recently to ask me to change a video title in one of my earlier videos to not call him a Nazi. And I did because he asked nicely, and I just changed it to like dipshit or something like that. He asked nicely. I mean, okay, I usually do that courtesy for people who dislike my coverage of them. But you're making it really difficult for me right now, John. You're making it very difficult for me to believe that that was a legitimate request on your part. Because this is indistinguishable between this and like a Vincent James video, honestly. Yeah, John soiled himself. The difference is, the only difference between this and a Vincent James video is that at the end he would do his best Happy Merchant impression while talking about the media elites. That's the only difference. He acknowledges the JQ.
Is white, and because his death is inconvenient to the current narratives. And I've been very careful here because, you know, I don't want people to take what I'm saying in a negative or a hateful way because
hey John, I don't have to take any precautions in any of my videos to avoid accidentally espousing neo-Nazi talking points. Your proximity to those talking points is a little bit suspect, my friend.
It's not intended to be that way. But I have to ask, how is your day going to change today because of this? Like, how much longer are we going to read about things like this and just go, that's a shame, and then do nothing about it?
About what? What, the black crime? Wait, what are you even referring to? He's so fucking vague on purpose. Is he talking about black people? Is he talking about the black crime rate? Is he talking about the murder? Dude, you know murder is already illegal, right? What he's signaling at is a race war right now. That's what he's signaling at. That's why he doesn't say about the number of black people committing crimes. He's just talking about a race war.
Like, where's our outrage? Why don't we flood the streets surrounding the headquarters of these propagandists and demand that they submit to our narrative?
What's your narrative?
Which used to go by simply the truth. But I'm not advocating for anything like that. I would never encourage unlicensed demonstrations because not only could that get me kicked off YouTube, it's just plain wrong.
He's doing the in Minecraft bit. What? We should go to these Jew-owned media corporations and show them how powerful white people can be when we're fighting for our narrative. But, of course, you know, we shouldn't do that. That'd be crazy. We shouldn't do that. Come on, wait, dude. You're doing the in Minecraft meme, except I do it as a meme.
You know, if this were Black Lives Matter, they'd probably walk into the offices of the places suppressing this story and wreak havoc. But again, we're not them.
Is that so? Wait, you just said we should do that, though. Are you just mad that we have bigger balls than you, or what? Like, is that what you're upset about? You're like, we should do this, but we shouldn't do this. And then it's like, well, the Black Lives Matter people would do this. Like, okay, yeah, we're cool. What do you mean?
We don't want to be like them. We don't want to be off-putting. We don't want to be destructive. We don't want to be effective. So don't do that. It's all a joke. I disavow that. But what you can do is you can donate to the family. There were a few fake GoFundMe set up initially, but this is the one that's real, as confirmed by all the local news outlets covering the story. So as of right now, it's raised about $132,000 for the family. And of course, money will never replace the child. But what it will do, even ignoring that money is always helpful for a family with children to feed, is that it will show them that there are people out there who are there for them. And if George Floyd's family can get...
As opposed to the previous narrative, which was that the whole world didn't care their kid was dead. What? I think they've raised nearly $1 million for the family now, and that is a good thing. I mean, if people want to donate money to help a grieving family, I think that's a good. I mean, it's mostly being done by people who think they're sticking it to BLM, so it's a dumb reason. But I'm glad they're doing it, I guess. Also, the mom doesn't seem to be like buying this race war shit, so all it is the expropriation of wealth from white supremacists to a non-white supremacist. So, hold on. Sucka Mehu. Do you think every white person who thinks this way is a Nazi/white supremacist? I have friends who have said similar things, and I don't think they are. What Doyle's doing here? Yes, absolutely. This is not like light conservative shit. He's alluding to a media conspiracy. He's alluding to a race war. He's talking about how the narrative is that white lives don't matter. He's talking about how George Floyd was a degenerate whose death didn't mean as much because he did porn. He's talking about how the media isn't willing to acknowledge black crime. This is not like just a standard conservative thing. These are Nazi talking points, except he never said race war and he never said Jews. If he had said race war instead of implying it and said Jews instead of them, this would be indistinguishable from any of the dozens and dozens of Nazi videos on this subject on BitChute.
$15 million, and they should be able to get some money as well, which will hopefully make this time a little bit easier for them. So please go donate to them. I donated $2,500 earlier today. And
woo! Damn! Oh, it's just a lot, that's all.
And I don't say that to be like, oh, look at me, look how virtuous I am, but
that is exactly what you are doing. Don't lie. Just acknowledge your virtue signaling. It's fine, but you have to acknowledge it if you're doing that.
I say that because you all know I don't make a lot of money doing YouTube. YouTube kind of doesn't like me, but it's still important that we prioritize what we're spending our money on. And I know that times are hard right now with the shutdown, so if you can't afford it, obviously, you should prioritize the necessities of your family and yourself. But please, if you can, donate to his family. I'll put the link in the description and in the comments so you can, donate. But that
was like the double virtue signal. It wasn't the double. So the reverse virtue signal would have been, I donated $2,500, but I'm pretty profitable. I'm pretty like wealthy thanks to YouTube, so it's not a big deal to me. I'm just doing what I can. That would have been like the virtue signal, but then downplaying it. But what he instead did was donate $2,500 and, oh, I know this seems a lot, but actually I'm doing this when I don't have that much money. I'm not virtue signaling, guys. I'm just giving all this money while I don't have much, thus amplifying the generosity of my donation,
This is a perfect example of an American family who is in need, and they're going through an extraordinarily hard time right now, something that hopefully none of us will ever have to experience. But, if we're not willing to help them out, if we're not willing to take that action, then what's the point of even trying to fix the country?
I don't think there's necessarily a positive relationship between donating to bereaved mothers and fixing systemic issues in the country, but it's still probably a good thing to do, I guess. If the races were reversed, America would be on fire. Cities would no longer exist. Sad. God, the the unbelievable snowflakery of these people. My fucking God, dude. Wouldn't be surprised if GoFundMe shuts them down for white supremacy. Would be a worldwide story if it was a little black boy who was killed. The fuck? He peacefully protested that child. These people are literally just Nazis. There's not much ambiguity here, dude. These people are fucking insane. Notice how the top comments are more about sticking it to George Floyd and to BLM than they are the actual kid. They're like making it obvious in the comment section. They don't actually give a fuck about the kid. It's all about like the narrative of how BLM is violent and black people are barbarous and they have double standards and blah blah. Anyway. Nice meme. John Doyle has only moved farther to the right with time. I wonder what he means, like that like YouTube doesn't like his channel? What the fuck does that mean? Hold on. John Doyle. I don't know, looks fine to me, I guess. I mean, he has his peaks and he has his valleys. I mean, that's the same as anyone, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, for a while he actually had more subs than me. Oh, and I got a response from Hassan. Hold on. I'll leave that up for a bit. See if we can't get a response to that. Hey, what's up? Oh, that's what I wanted to ask Hassan. I think Hassan probably made like reasonable points, but chat will always.
Well, I mean,
He said 10 out of 10, looking strong, thick, girthy, sweaty. You know, keeping it tight for real.
all right.
Yeah.
That's
Let's read some donos. We still got plenty to talk about, unfortunately. There's always something to talk about these fucking days. Thank you to whoever linked that video in chat earlier. Thank you to whoever linked that video in chat earlier, because that ended up being it was like a nice, short, quick video to get all the out, you know? You know what I'm talking about. Skylar Lucas, the very kind $20. Oh, wait, I did that one last stream. Okay, I responded to that one last stream. Thank you very, very much. Oh, wait, I did all those last stream. Hold on, let's get those out of here. There we go. Captain Tudmoke with a very kind $10. Do you think Bernie or bust types make up a significant portion of the electorate to meaningfully affect Biden's chances? They're just allowed online. Bernie or busters do not make a large portion of the electorate. They make up a large portion of anti-capitalists. That's my issue. It's not so much about changing the minds of BOBers to help Biden win. It's about changing the minds of BOBers so that we can get them ideologically set in the right direction in case Biden wins. J-Reg Friend, thank you very much for the Tier 2 sub. Diabetic Rights, true. Case Ezra, thanks to Tier 1 sub. Mythaldu, and thank you very much for the 2 gifted Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those, comrade. 21st Century Socialist with the incredibly kind $20. Since I couldn't join the call-in stream, might as well ask now, what do you think of the inclusion of female Space Marines in Warhammer 40k? I mean, I'm obviously fine with it. Space Marines derive all their power from their fucking exosuit and from, like, a fuck ton of genetic modification. Why the fuck would being a man or a woman have any impact whatsoever? I'm pretty sure that in the year 40,000, mankind has found a way to circumnavigate the incredibly trivial sexual dimorphization between males and females for the production of our, you know, super soldiers. Excuse me. I've always thought that Space Marines look kind of dumb anyway. Like their proportions and the armor. I just don't think they look that cool. Do you think female Space Marines would just look like normal Space Marines? Or do you think they're going to do some wacky shit? Like they're going to make wide hip Space Marines or something, you know? Like Sisters of Battle. The Real Red Skull, thanks to 5 Canadian. Fresh off watching the debate with the 15-year-old. Now that's what I call 50 Shades of Yikes. I'm glad you liked it, comrade. I'm still kind of iffy on posting it. Othello Anthony with the $5 came down the secular talk pipeline to you. You're making a real difference, my friend. Look forward to watching you grow. Me too! My channel is stagnated like crazy because I stopped posting videos for like 4 or 5 days on account of a headache, but we're going to get back to it today as soon as stream's done. Hydronel, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. 1 million subs by the end of the year? We'll see. Regai, yeah, the reason you all have been getting unskippable Trump ads fucking everywhere online is because the Trump administration spent an enormous amount of money to plaster their names all over the internet for like 90 hours during the DNC. Just everywhere. I've heard rumors that people are hearing Trump ads playing at them when they're on the YouTube homepage without any ads actually playing. Curtain Fan, thanks for the $5. I appreciate the kind words and the tepid support, comrade. Showtime 987 True, down with capitalism. Thank you so much, comrade, for the $5. Okay, but Catalonia with the $5. Communism is when I donate my coffee money to Vosh. Oh shit, I had coffee. Oh no, it's cold by now. Oh, it's gonna be gross, but I wanted it. Baby, if you're here and you can hear me right now, and if the next time you come in here, can you microwave my coffee? I know that sounds gross, but that's actually a fine thing to do. I looked it up. You can microwave it. Do you want a new one? No. It's literally unsipped. I just forgot I had it. If you could microwave my coffee, that would make me so fucking happy. No rush. Oh, look. It's a little Isabelle amiibo that Hyena got. They play Animal Crossing, you know. Sergeant Gore, thanks to Tier 1 sub. It's true, depression is a CIA psyop. Don't let anyone tell you different. Lazy Peasant with very kind $10. Democrats now even backing off public option will only restore Romney care. Let's see. Dun 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 dun. Okay, this is from Jacobin, which isn't well, it's not an unbiased publication. I can't say I'm particularly surprised. For-profit health companies are launching a new national ad campaign to persuade Democrats to abandon their plans to create a public health insurance plan, something many elected Democrats are very happy to be convinced of. Fascinating. Maybe we can talk about this next because I have stuff to say on this. Sake with a very kind $20. Sure is a shame this will just bolster the DNC's claims that it wasn't HRC's fault. She lost. It was Russia, TM. Yeah, I know, but we can't ignore electoral interference just because Democrats are stupid. Nane with a very kind 20 Rs. Hey, Voosh, how would one go about turning a small cell phone business with a couple of employees into a co-op? Also, look at these babies. I'm very sorry, comrade, but I'm not at all familiar with the the legal process of forming co-ops. It's probably something I should look into. Oh, what a delightful sleepy baby. Ooh. Making bread loaves. That's my favorite thing that they do. They'll stretch their claws out and they'll make biscuits on like blankets and stuff. It's for no reason. Well, the reason they do it actually is because this is what they did to their mommy's boobies when they were little kittens to try and get the milk out. So now they associate it with comfort. Baby. More biscuits. See, you thought the black cat wouldn't make biscuits because it looked all serious and stuff, but here it is. So every time you see a cat, oh, phenomenal. Vosh, how can you claim you're a political activist and not have the resources available to bring your ideology to fruition? What? Because I can advocate for the social and economic benefits for worker co-ops without being familiar with the specific legal process of starting one. I barely know how to file my tax. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. Like, you would need a lawyer to do that. That's a joke? Oh, I don't know. It's something that I could learn, probably. But it would probably depend, like, state by state, you know? Maybe. I don't know. JPH Productions with a very kind $5. Do you really think a revolution will happen in my lifetime? I don't like making predictions, comrade. I have no idea. There are conditions which could or could not lead to something like that. Herenya Hope with a very kind $5. Support your local library, a library science student, current library clerk. Yes, libraries are pretty fucking cool. I'm not leaving my house, but you guys should. Local Cow for the very kind 2-2 sub. Thank you. Excuse me. Trevor R with $5. Jimmy Dore will be quick to discredit this, I'm sure. Yeah, I have no doubt. I'm sure there are. Daniel Krieger with a very kind $2. You and Kyle really need to talk. Kyle Kalinske has nothing to gain from talking to me. Nicoliolio with a very kind $5. Love you too. Comrade Chintastic with the tier 1 sub. Thanks for all the content. I love you too. Ooh, gang, rise up. Very true. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. The determination of the efficacy is still unknown. It's still something worth greatly improving our election systems over and being concerned about, though. Yeah, I just, first of all, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that, comrade. And second of all, yeah, I think there are some pretty, like, simple rules we should be able to abide by. First of all, it looks like the Trump campaign just broke laws, and they're not being held accountable for it. Like, that's not good. But additionally, like, we probably don't want foreign governments to be able to influence elections. That's probably just not a good thing. We don't want that here. We shouldn't be doing it elsewhere. They're mauling about you on Twitter. What? Wait, what? Why? What? Why? What did I even do? I don't see anything here that's about me. So Kyle says, for the love of God, all you, shut the fuck up about cancel culture. Which I honestly kind of agree with, but I don't see my name anywhere here. We're not looking for drama where there is none, are we? You wouldn't do that to me, would you? Yeah, it's in the first response. I don't see it. The first response for me is cancel culture discourse. Yeah, I don't see. I don't care. Okay. The Lonely Mimic You with a very kind $5. Do you think leftists should do better with distinguishing our enemies instead of calling them all fascists? The issue is, I think they are, well, not all of our enemies are Okay, the answer is yes. We need to be specific with our terminology. So, obviously, Democrats aren't fascists, generally speaking. They're stupid, obstructive, technocratic, means-testing, neoliberal dipshits, okay? But that's not fascists. And that is better than fascism. And then we have fascists. There are Republicans who probably aren't fascists. The ones that are unironically like never Trump, but there are like 5 Republicans who are never Trump. The issue is, if you're like a fan of Trump, Trump is a fascist. Trump openly represents anti-intellectualism, the subversion of the democratic process, extreme anti-communism. Like everything Trump represents ideologically aligns with the interests of fascists. So if you're a Trump supporter, you're supporting that. So there are some Trump supporters are worse than others, and you can argue between like intentional and unintentional white supremacy, but I think they all probably can be opposed in a similar way. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Unfortunately, neither the committee nor the Mueller report nor that article can come to a definite conclusion beyond serious attempts were made. Well, I'm pretty sure attempting to commit a crime is still committing a crime, no? Like, this was the obstruction argument. Donald Trump tried to have Mueller fired because Mueller was looking into his into his history. And the person who Donald Trump asked wouldn't do it, but that's still an attempt at electoral interference, right? Or not electoral interference, interfering with an investigation, right? Yeah, intent to commit a crime is still like part of the crime, right? I don't know. I'm not a legal expert. This shit gets so complicated. Markinator with a very kind $5. Vosh, why don't you believe in reading a theory? Why do you just dismiss it with "I have read all theory"? Because first of all, most of the people who accuse me of not having read theory haven't read it themselves and have a terrible understanding of what they have read. The issue is, oh God, this bothers me so much. Lefties treat theory like the Bible in that they don't read it, but they say it's the most important fucking thing in the universe when it comes to understanding their ideology, okay? Most leftists haven't read any fucking theory, and the ones who have don't really understand it that well. The issue is, when I'm talking about leftism and I'm talking about leftist advocacy, I'm talking about advocating for the things, taking the actions that make the world a better place, you know? That's what matters to me. But some people treat theory like the Bible in that you're trying to fulfill the theory, and the theory is prophecy, and it's not just what it is, which is a set of political arguments that you can align with to varying extents, adopt, rephrase in different ways, expropriate, reinterpret. They really do treat it like a religion. I don't think nobody else does this. Fascists don't require you read like incredibly dense ancient philosophical text for you to get behind it. Liberals don't do that. Nobody does. Even Christians don't do that. Christians don't read the fucking Bible. Nobody does this. But lefties will actually try to shit talk each other for like how much theory they've read. Listen, leftism and socialism are bigger than any of the individuals who've contributed to those ideas. You can have an understanding of these ideas which is so precise that you will never encounter any problems with your ability to describe and advocate for them without having ever read theory. It's just dumb. Now, if you want to read theory, that's probably great. I'm not saying Marx or Bakunin or Lenin or whatever are useless, because they're certainly not. And I have, here's the hot secret, read theory to an extent. I haven't read Capital because nobody fucking reads Capital, but I've read accompaniment works on Capital, which explain the important parts with a lot less prose. I've read Manufacturing Consent, but Chomsky's a lib, I guess, to these people. And I've read State and Revolution. I've read excerpts of essays written by Lenin, quite a few of them actually, because I actually agree with quite a lot of them. Some of the stuff that he's written against left communism, I actually found pretty compelling. I have, the Communist Manifesto is not really theory. Engels is on my list. Yeah, the State and Resolution. Yeah. No, there are parts of Lenin's theory that's like that are very, very, very good. The issue for me is it's that when I get in arguments with lefties, they're not actually arguing with me over the ideas. They're arguing with me over my credentials on those ideas. The credentialism there is like really, really, really fucking toxic. It would be like if I was trying to argue about like a historical event and they were like, well, have you read Emil's work on the development of revolutionary sentiment over the course of the 18th century in France? Oh, you haven't? Oh, But like, I'm trying to talk about it, and my understanding of the history is fine. My real history is dog shit, but like in this example, my history is fine. But they're not engaging with my ideas. They're engaging with how well my ideas line up with the theory, which to them is the divine truth from which all understandings must be derived. And that really bugs me because it's counterproductive. It ostracizes a fuck ton of people. And you motherfuckers made fun of Rem when he did this. Remember a year ago in Destiny's community when Rem said that every political advocate should take a break from what they're doing and spend 6 months reading up on objective moral realism so they should be able to ground everything they believe in like epistemic, axiomatic truth? Remember when he said that and people laughed at him for that? Remember? That's what you people do with theory. That's what you people do with theory. We laughed at that like, wow, you think effective, reasonable social advocates should take breaks and actually I hate that, actually reduce their ability to advocate for the ideas they are just so they can go on an academic bender for half a year? But lefties will believe that. The ultimate, here's actually a distillation of the idea that I was getting at, okay? So I was having a conversation with a tanky some months ago, 3-4 months ago, whatever. And 3-4 months ago. And this is on my YouTube channel, so you guys have seen this maybe. And at one point we were talking about the relationship between the elites in Russia prior to the revolution, you know, the Tsar and the aristocracy, and the peasantry, you know? And I was using the term proletariat to refer to the relationship, to refer to the underclass and the relationship between that underclass and the elites, you know? And the person was like, well, they weren't all proletariat. Some of them were peasants or farmers. I think they said farmers or something like that. And because in the context of the discussion that I was having, because it wasn't about necessarily the factories in your relation to the industrialization, okay, peasants, then it was peasants. Because it wasn't about that distinction, I said something like, well, they're all proletariat, right? Which, you know, if you're versed in ancient lefty theory, then that's not true. There is a distinction between the proletariat and the peasantry, which is valid. There's a valid distinction there that I recognize now because I've read more up on it. But in the context of that discussion, the difference between these two was meaningless because I wasn't actually talking about their relationship to their means of production. I was talking about their democratic, the relation that they had to the systems of political governance, which is fairly indistinct whether you work in a factory or on a farm. You still have jack shit. And because in that context, the difference was completely irrelevant, it didn't bother me. That guy just started laughing at me. He just burst out laughing like, the proletariat and the peasants aren't the same thing. And the conversation stopped right there for like 10 minutes. It was irrelevant to the subject. It was contextually meaningless. And if he had been charitable, he would have known what I was actually saying and just continued with it. If he had been really charitable, he could have said, well, Marx distinguished between the proletariat and the peasants, but I understand what he's talking about. But he didn't do any of those things. He just started laughing at me. And that's when I realized this motherfucker doesn't care about what's right or what's true. This motherfucker is just using theory as a bludgeon to shit talk people who haven't read it. It's not about affecting leftism. It's just about cross-comparing notes. Who has the most Pokemon cards from whatever theory they've read? And that's the reason why I now say I've read all theory. Because now when I say it, and if I'm arguing with a tanky, I'll keep saying it. They have to argue with my ideas rather than arguing with my like credentialism beforehand. Have I read all theory? Of course not. Obviously not. But the reason why I say it is because it forces the people I'm arguing with to move past the subject of what I've read and move to the subject of how well can I defend my points. And it's only because their obsession with credentialism that I'm forced to do that, you know? I would do the same thing, by the way, with somebody who was like, you have a PhD, so... I'm sorry, you don't have a PhD like I do, so you don't know anything on this subject. And they did that over and over and over again. There were like a whole group of people who were like that. I would be like, yeah, I have a PhD in every subject. Yeah, I do. No, I have a PhD in every single subject. Yeah, every subject. Yep, it's pretty crazy, right? I know I look pretty young for somebody with a PhD in that subject. Name a subject that I don't have a PhD in. And while it's goofy, and the point is that it's goofy, I'm just trying to get them away from the credentialism. I'm trying to move them towards the ideas. In a way, I'm actually happy that dipshit Tanky laughed at me for the distinction between the peasants and the proletariat, because otherwise I wouldn't have done this I know all theory thing, which has helped me in arguments with Tanky since then. And I'm also glad that I learned the distinction, because I read up in it, and it was interesting to me. Because I do like learning, you know, and that was fun. But yeah, just the credentialism is really fucking cringe. Like when Destiny said he had 20 black friends who were all in jail for an argument. Yes, it's exactly the same as the anecdotal thing. Yes, exactly. When you're arguing with somebody who always uses anecdotal arguments, just use them back and lie about it brazenly. If they're like, well, I have a black friend who doesn't mind me saying the N-word, so like, I don't know. You say, well, I have 100 black friends, and I think they all mind you saying the N-word. You specifically, they DM'd me beforehand to say that you specifically shouldn't say it. You're lying, of course, but the point is to get away from the stupid, aversion to arguments and get to the actual fucking point. I know I'm probably going to post this on YouTube, and I know for a fact there are people in the comments who are going to be like, wow, Vaj really believed the distinction between peasant and proletariat wasn't significant in the context of this video? Yeah, but like, okay, man, I don't know. I could probably actually have a really good conversation with an authoritarian socialist if they weren't all so fucking awful and pretentious. If they were just like, yeah, I do genuinely believe that a vanguard party which controls, the electorate and the proletariat is the best way to form a transitionary state to socialism. I don't think democracy is a good way to do it. If they were just honest and open and made those arguments, I think I could learn something from that. But they never do. They never ever do. It's never like that. The convos never go that way. Anyway, yeah. So that's my argument. That's not actually me engaging in anti-intellectualism. You guys don't see it because I'm, not streaming it. But when I'm not on stream, I'm usually playing a game that doesn't have an audio component, so I can listen to a podcast or an audiobook to try and up my shit, Oh, Artemy followed you in.
I know.
Baby.
He's being mean.
Coffee.
I know.
Thank you.
Ray requested dishes.
Ah, thank you, Ray. Baby. Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Are you going to get him? Okay. Here, look, we can end the YouTube segment with a cat.
Tell him he's too mean. He bit her so hard he left a mark on her head.
Apparently, Artemy is mean and bit Pigeon so hard he left a mark in her head. But they were probably just playing.
They are playing. He's just too big.
Big boy. Ooh. Ooh, look at him. Oh, yeah?
Hi,
There we go.
So
Big boy. And tired, too. Oh, you gonna... Yeah? Yeah, is this what it's come to?
he's not tired. He's mad I locked him out.
Patricide? Is that what it's come to? You want to inherit my fortune? All right.
You want him kicked out?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Here, say goodbye. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. All right, here you go.
What a goof. He's not gonna go out.
What a little goof.
Come here.
All right.
Please don't attack me.
Little goofball, baby.
Ooh.
Chunky boy. Wait, Vosh, you believe in using democracy to bring about socialism? Well, democracy doesn't just mean electoralism. I don't think it's...
No. Come on. I can't get him out. My hands are full.
Wait, you had him out.
Well, I couldn't close the door. My hands are full.
All right, okay, I'll get him out. He toppled a box and climbed into it, so I just picked the box up and sent him out that way. There we go. What's up? All right, I'm back. You mean democracy after revolution instead of a one-party system? I think that I don't think it's literally impossible for electoralism to bring about socialism the way that some lefties do. I just think it's unfathomably unlikely. I don't think that the democratic process will ever be able to completely invalidate, like the bourgeois power. Oh, hello, Hunter Avalon. Wait, is Hunter Avalon actually... Oh, hey. What's up, Vosh? Thanks for one Twitter question. Why do you think boomers are so susceptible to conspiracy theories? I don't know if it's just boomers. Well, actually, I think a lot of it is Fox News. A lot of boomers watch Fox News, and Fox News peddles conspiracy theories pretty like religiously. So I think a lot of that might be sort of a correlative thing. But nowadays, dude, I don't know. The QAnon shit is like blowing up in a number of demographics. Your grandparents into Q and shit. I'm really sorry. QAnon is like, once somebody believes in QAnon, I don't know if you can get them back. Like, unironically, they're really, really far gone. That fucking sucks, though. I'm really sorry. Can we bring me on? I want to discuss authoritarianism versus libertarianism. No. I can't argue with other leftists right now. I'm a gigantic lib anytime I say anything that isn't shitting on libs right now. So I have to... Oy vey. Shostako Lich, thank you so fucking much for the incredibly kind tier 2 sub. Congrats on 1 year of being a sub. 1 year of being a sub. I really appreciate that, comrade. Love seeing your color name in chat. GLTT 500 with a very kind tier 4 sub. Whenever I see a socialist asked about this, they don't have a coherent answer, so I was wondering what your argument is to the capital flight argument. Yeah, so from what I've seen, the capital flight argument excuse me, isn't as much of an issue as I understood it to be for a couple of reasons. First of all, the systemic cost of moving industries abroad is much greater than a lot of people think, even if it means avoiding higher taxes. Second of all, if we're talking about making things worker co-ops, it could be that large numbers of the material and financial enterprise that are in our country could just be expropriated or sort of held hostage. Here's my personal opinion, okay? If you build a business in America as a private corporation and then the law changes and private corporations are now to be made co-ops and you try to flee, nah, fuck you. You made that business in the United fucking States. No. Nope. Fucking nope. You made it here, motherfucker, and our laws say that you are now a worker co-op, okay? The most likely thing that we could probably do, though, is work on extradition or like work on treaties with other countries to try and work out trade deals in favor of them no longer accepting business from corporations that try to circumnavigate our, like, socialization. That would be my preference. But it's, like, actually a really complicated question. So maybe that wasn't a coherent answer either. I don't know. Mike C, thank you so much for the very kind $20. There's a big difference between online and... Yeah. Online and IRL leftists are not the same goddamn thing. However, the online left is very prominent in radicalizing people, far more than offline leftists reasonably could be. Anyway, Markinator, that's my answer to that. Turtles Anonymous, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that, comrade. Doug E with the $5. Did you see that Project Veritable video where Van Jones said Russiagate was a nothing burger? What do you make of that? I haven't seen it, so I don't really know. Probably dumb. Jojo, thanks for the €5. What kind of music do you listen to? Jojo music. Unironically, I like video game and anime soundtracks. Do you think Tulsi is a Russian asset? Austin, I don't think Tulsi is a Russian asset. I just think Tulsi does things that are good for countries like Russia, you know? But like asset in the sense that she's paid? No, I don't think so. Can you do a video about that Shen Comics tweet and why it's okay to ostracize and not tolerate people's friends and family with different political positions? Yeah, I could do that. That might be good for a segment. I'll think about it. Newberific, no worries about the uneducated black Biden voter comment line. It happened to a lot of people. A heated voter moment, you know? Yeah, Piotr Online, what are you going to do? Talk with Aaron Mate via Russiagate. He's done a lot of good work debunking it. I don't know who that person is, but they can like email me or somebody can email me about it and I can take a look into it. Still think you should debate SFO like Lilith recommended. Think you'd have fun talking about BLM, Antifa, and woke skulls that he frames as all of the left. SFO, short fat otaku, maybe. I have to be careful about platforming people like that these days, though, because I'm quite a bit larger. I don't want to like make anyone's career, you know. But short fat otaku's channel is already doing pretty well. Oh shit! I didn't even need to fucking touch that coffee to burn my lips. Hold on there, Bucko. We're gonna wait a little bit on that one. Woohoo! Siam Cat 1 with the tier 1 sub. Just failed my Steel Soul run at Hollow Knight. I was 87% through Pepe Hands. Ooh, that fucking sucks, comrade. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. Thank you for sticking around, folks. We're going to run through a few more donations, and then we're going to talk either about more electoral interference, this time with the mail-in voting and USPS shit that's been going on, Democrats surrendering on healthcare reform, or alternatively, maybe we'll be talking about people mauling over WAP. Sensual Sloth with a very kind tier 4 sub. Thank you. How do you feel about people who spam do DMT in chat? I mean, a lot of them are just like making fun of Joe Rogan, right? If people actually think that like taking a psychedelic is going to fix all your emotional problems, I think these people are pretty misguided, but there can be a lot of valid, I don't know, there's some valid good there, right? Thank you so much for the tier 4 sub, comrade. I really appreciate that. Newberific with the $5. A mass shooting happened at the other end of my condo gated community. It got no national coverage. Therefore, the death of the 5-year-old was justified. Lol. Yeah, that's what we need to do. The next time a little black kid dies somewhere in like Detroit, we need to do the thing to him that the fucking conservatives just did to the 5-year-old. You know, this is the media narrative. They won't cover Black Death, except they don't cover Black Deaths. There's literally like, the media is far more likely to cover the murder of white people than the murder of black people. That's not even a disputable like piece of information. It's a fact. There's a huge bias when it comes to the media and who they cover, you know? Future Cyborg with the $5. Fun fact on John Doyle's Discord server, his mods are called Stormtroopers. Nice. Also, first time donating, being in the real chat, not a fake YouTube chat. Keep up the work. Nice. That definitely tracks. Daniel Lopez, thank you very much for the $5. Godspeed, don't catch on fire when you come back to work, comrade. I really appreciate that. Blue Magic Pill with the $5. Over 100 kids between the ages of 12 and 6 have been killed in Philadelphia alone, but I don't hear the fake outrage for conservatives. Yeah, well, what was the skin color of those kids? Yeah, true absurdism. That's definitely what they're signaling there. C. Abel with the $5. This is like how right-wing research for black engineers in constant arguments and then wonder why American engineers show up in search results. I don't understand what you're referring to. I could interpret that in a lot of ways. Are you talking about how people will assume that like American means white? That's what I'm interpreting from this. I'm going to interpret that from that. Samantha Sledge. Yeah, I think that a lot of lefties use ACAB irresponsibly. We should target the systems, not the individuals. Michael Brooks talked about that a lot. In fact, if your girlfriend still believes that, maybe show them some Michael Brooks, you know? ACAB should be about the system, not about the actual cops. The actual cops, a lot of them are horrible pieces of shit. Some of them are probably good, but it's the system we fight against. Even if every cop individually was a morally upstanding person, the institution of the police would still be bad. Yeah, Michael Brooks was a lib, true. Remember when free elections mattered with Evo Morales? Yep, Mischievous Dango. When are we going to get our coup? Joseph Newman, thank you so much for the kind words and for the $10. I really, really appreciate that, comrade. Caius, thanks for the $3 and the very kind air conditioner recommendation. I'm afraid I've already bought an air conditioner, though. Or I've ordered one, and it'll arrive eventually. Artificial Feathers with the $5. Thank you so much, comrade. I really, really appreciate it. I hope that life's good deep in Appalachia. Appalachia? I don't actually know how to pronounce that. Can anyone phonetically type that into chat? Isaac with a very kind $10. Fosh, I'm begging you, please watch the video of Ben Shapiro laughing like the Joker. It's like 2 minutes. I've seen it. I have nothing to say there. Appalachia? Appalachia? Appalachia. Appalachia? That's it? So there's no A noise, just Appalachia? That kind of sucks. Oh well. Not much for me to say there. Did you see Mike Enoch's new political party? Intro propaganda vid is up. Search YouTube for National Justice Party. Oh, God, please. Oh, my God, yes. Let all the LARPy Nazis delude themselves into thinking they'll be more effective by making their own political parties than they would be by continuing to vote Republican. Oh, God, please. Yes, yes, yes. Never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. Please, God, every conservative, make your own fucking third party. You're right, dude. Trump is cucked by Israel. Trump is cucked by the Jews. You're right, dude. You're never going to get it done within the Republican Party. Please, vote third party or don't vote at all to show them that they're losing the far-right vote. Please, God. Talk about Warhammer. You're going to cover Arch if he ever decides to rant about it. I've covered Arch Warhammer like 3 times before, and his voice is pretty unbearable to listen to. I mean, I can if something like happens with him, but if it's just like half his videos are like just Nazi shit anyways. I don't know what I'd say about most of them. Can you go through this Twitter thread without killing yourself? I found it fun. Would I vote for Tulsi or Trump? Well, I'd vote for Tulsi over Trump. Who would I choose? Tulsi or Bloomberg? Still Tulsi. Who would I vote for? Trump or Ghislaine Maxwell? Well, that's an interesting question, actually. Trump or what would Ghislaine Maxwell as a president even look like? Hold on, let me think for a sec. What does that even look like? Wait, wait, hold on, chat. Age of consent lowered to 0. Yeah, well, the funny thing is, it's like it would look like Clinton's presidency. The funny thing is, like, so imagine a murderer, like, right? If a person does a murder and they go to jail, come out, and then they're elected like president or whatever, they're not going to be like a pro-murder candidate. Is Ghislaine Maxwell super duper personally invested in the mass molestation and trafficking of children? Or is that just a business to her? That's the real question. Can we get a poll on that? I'm curious. There's a difference between being passionate about your monstrous pedophile trafficking and it just being a business to you. I want a poll on that. Anyway, I'd probably take Trump over Ghislaine Maxwell. Kanye or Trump? Whoa! Whoa, all right. Interesting. Got a lot of anime fans in this poll. All right, Kanye or Trump? I'm here for Kanye. Yeah. That's a pretty Kanye's crazy, but like, yeah. Pete Buttigieg or the NLRG? Wait, who's NLRG? I don't know what that is. National Legal Research Group. Is that what we're referring to? Isn't this a good thing? 35 licensed legal research attorneys provide legal research and legal research services. Oh, neoliberal rat goddess. Okay, wait, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay, would I vote for this person or Pete Buttigieg? Well, let's take a look at their, hopefully they don't have porn in their profile, politics. They've got 3,000 followers. That's not nothing. No 18-year-old, under 8, okay, yeah, no under 18, so there's probably porn here. Rat is short for rationalist. Bitch, literal princess, absolute dummy, non-binary. I love anime and being horny. NLRG horny for verbal abuse. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Okay, and who follows this person? Know Nothing, Pichu, Liz Posting, Milk Tea Leninism, LSP Project, Isla Stewart, Caleb Kane, Pichu again, Liz again, Scrub King. Okay, is this person a Twitch streamer? I would assume so. These are all like Twitch-aligned people. Let's try and find a tweet here. This person doesn't follow me, which is suspect. Not following me on Twitter is worrisome. Okay, NLRG retweeted. Every bone-deep reaction you had to Trump during the first 3 months of his 2017 have been proven completely accurate. He did govern as a crypto white nationalist. He is trying to fix his re-election. He did work with Russia. Every take mocking that era panic aged like shit. So that's nice. Okay. So they're left-leaning, but they're not one of those left-leaning people who thinks that like Trump is better than a Democrat or something. So I'm cool with that. Okay. Then you know what? I'm going to do it. I'll vote for the NLRG over Pete Buttigieg. Looks like not everyone agreed with me on that one, but okay. Who would I vote for, Paul Manafort or Roger Stone? Roger Stone is a way bigger piece of shit than Paul Manafort, IMO. And just from the impression that I got from watching the fucking depositions, Roger Stone is like a monster, and Manafort is just more like a fucking stooge, you know? Yeah. Marianne Williamson or Oprah? Absolutely. Man, really? Some fucking billionaire neolib Oprah Winfrey over the orb? The orbster? Man, okay. Wait. But then the same poll over here, Marianne Williamson D, Oprah Winfrey R. Wait, people will change which candidate they vote for based on which party they're running for? Wait, what? This is literally party preference over what? The poll flipped. Just okay. Who would you vote for, Roy Moore or Donald Trump? I mean, they've both raped children. I feel like Roy Moore doesn't have the charisma to like lead a fascist regime, whereas Donald Trump can build a much stronger cult of personality. But on the other hand, Roy Moore is definitely smarter than Trump. That's a tough one. I think I'll go with Trump. Better the evil you know, right? Yeah, okay. Mike Pence or Donald Trump? Okay, here's my hot take. Mike Pence may be more intelligent, but he's not charismatic at all. I don't think that Mike Pence could get away with the shit that Donald Trump gets away with. I think a lot of people underestimate Trump's intelligence and overestimate the potential charisma of other people. You know? Mike Pence is incredibly evil, though, but they don't need evil. What they need is stupid attention getters who can mobilize the Republican Party towards evil. Yeah, I don't think that Pence has the ability to mobilize the voter base the way that Trump would. I guess they agree with me, but probably not for the reasons that I got to. Who do you vote for, Stephen Miller or Stephen Bannon? Fuck me, dude. I'm leaning a little bit towards Bannon because I feel like he's more ideologically idiosyncratic than Miller. I'm leaning towards Bannon a little bit here. Yeah, I don't know. That's a really close call for that one. Who do you vote for, Dr. Fauci or Dr. Birx? Who's... Wait, what? Wait. Which one is Dr. Birx? Diplomat, AIDS... I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic, like... Probably Fauci? Right? Yeah, Fauci seems pretty cool to me. Who would you vote for, your father or your mother? I love both of them, but my dad has actively told me directly in conversation that he doesn't want to be a politician, so I'll go with my mom. Who do you vote for after COVID eradicated? A COVID truther or a Scientologist? Scientologists are death cultists. COVID truthers are one half of a death cultist. So I would probably say a COVID truther. A COVID truther, I don't know. Yeah, a COVID truther can be rational on other things. Scientologists are holistically brain fucked. Who would you vote for, a Mormon or a Scientologist? Mormons are better than Scientologists by far, yeah. Who do you vote for, Roy Moore or Joe Arpaio? Damn, man. Yeah, I think I might have to go with Roy Moore on this one. Yeah, Arpaio is really fucking crazy. Who'd you vote for? Lucille Bluth versus George Bluth Sr.? I don't know who either of these are, but fuck women, so George Bluth Sr. Who'd you vote for, your worst ex or Donald Trump? My worst ex is... None of my exes are that bad. Yeah. Who'd you vote for? Will Menaker or Brace Belden? Who's Brace Belden? Is Brace Belden like a true Anon? Whoa, the true Anon Twitter account once called me a virgin, so that'll be Will Menaker, thank you. Who'd you vote for, Joe Jorgensen or the NLRG? I would never vote for a libertarian. All right, we did it! Nicely done, team. Whoops, there we go. Yeah, that true Anon guy went into Syria to fight alongside Kurdish forces. How pog is that? Yeah, he volunteered for the YPG. That's commitment right there. Holy fuck. Listen, folks, I'm here for the revolution and all, okay? But I'm sitting right here. You're not going to see me volunteer with the fucking Kurdish militia. Jesus Christ, that's pretty cool, though. What about Tom Cotton versus Trump? I think Tom Cotton is probably worse than Trump. Okay, we really got lost on these donations here, okay? I'm glad we're having fun, but we really got lost on these. Will you make that a segment? No, there's nothing really of value there. It's just fun. I'll definitely make the why I say I read all theory a segment, though. Another based JBP content for his comeback.
Take cocaine all the time. You should be nose deep in that stuff nonstop, right? But you're not. Why? What's wrong with you people? You're ready, man. And lots of people will say no to that, eh? That seems rather insane from a scientific perspective, eh? And so, that's smart. No, it's not. What does that mean? Children who, although lovable, also happen to be delicious. I've tried. Kind of crazy. But having said all that, fire will cleanse everything. That's what Hitler believed, and that's worth fighting for. It's certainly not something that the Jews would disagree with. It's central to Christian thinking as well. Religion is a superstitious scientific theory. What the hell do we believe these things for? Atrocious things. That just struck me as stupid. And I do think it's stupid. You just have to be a dolt to think that. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Stop people from having religious experiences. Vegans, vegetarianism, vegetarians, environmentalists that are operative within a dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchy. Dominance
I'm actually like gripped.
Dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchies. Dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchies. Dominance hierarchies. Dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchies. Dominance hierarchies. A dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchy. Dominance hierarchy. There's hundreds of the bloody things. But what the hell else would women select men for? Presupposition, 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 presuppositions. What is happening here? Well, it's just a and you can chop down a tree with a hammer. That's possible, clearly, because I don't want to be standing on sand. That's a smart saying. Then you might ask yourself, that's the question. Are you out of your bloody mind? I don't think any sane person cannot be crazy. Everybody's flawed and useless. That doesn't mean they're right. That's not exactly the point. Good luck with it.
Okay, normally I don't play those out to fruition, but that was really, really funny. Everyone who asks for a link is getting banned because you can literally see the fucking title of the YouTube video down there. Okay, we need to go through donuts way the fuck faster, okay? Way the fuck faster. Lefty Abe, Ethan Askey, Scarlet Crow, and Annoyed Gamer, thank you all so fucking much for the incredibly kind $5. No, Scarlet Crow, I will not. I really appreciate those, comrade. Yeah, sorry about the Trump ads. They're beleaguing everyone right now. Jean-Philippe Pirot, thank you very much for that, Canadian. Really appreciate that. Cheesehead with $5. FBI Vault just tweeted Protocols of Elders of Zion. Based or cringe? Wait, the FBI Vault tweeted out JQ shit? What do you think is the rise of the conspiracy theories like QAnon? QAnon is literally just the satanic panic over again. It's the exact same thing. It's a group of far-right people who believe that like all the media shit is being controlled by a group of Satanists. It's the exact same thing. It's literally the exact same thing. QAnon could have just been about the war for the deep state, but they had to make it about pedophilia, cannibalism, and Satan. Like they had to, because they're all fucking crazy, dude. They're all crazy. Morpho, thank you so much for the 100 rubles. Mission accomplished, comrade. Jimbo with the $5. Vosh, I'm a Destiny viewer. I love you, though, and a genuine loader. Why don't leftists like means testing? In certain situations, it seems useful. In certain situations, mean testing absolutely is useful, but there are arguments for how the universality of a program can end up not only making it more effective, but also do a better job of keeping that program well invested in. For example, right now, public education in the United States is fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. But private education is pretty okay. I don't think private education should be legal. You know why? Because if private education is legal, that means all the rich fucks who run the country have no personal incentive to fund and to illegally bolster the public education system. If you create systems where only the poorest or most unfortunate people need to rely on like the public option, like the public option, what that usually means is that the people with actual political power don't have any incentive whatsoever to invest in that system because they don't use it. They don't benefit from it. Their friends don't benefit from it either. No one they know benefits from it. Rich people don't know poor people. The people who are up in Washington, they don't have regular friends. They're all on Epstein Island too, you know? They don't care about our problems. Pragmatic Culture, thanks to $5, comrade. Really appreciate that. Moonsetter with a very kind $20. How do I rehabilitate my far right parents? They're super conspiratorial about the media, QAnon, and Pizzagate. Moonsetter, I love you. You might just have to like drop them though. As far I personally, I believe that if a person's QAnon, you can't get them back. These people will demolish their lives, upend everything they love and believe in, just to hold on to their conspiracy. I think they're far gone. I don't think they can really be. I don't think they can be helped. Big titty dumb bitch, there's no point in me responding to tanky YouTubers because I'm bigger than all of them and their growth is pathetic compared to mine and nobody likes their ideas, so fuck them. Scorpio, I occasionally do call-ins, comrade, but not right now. The fascist anarchist with the 1154. You're not well read enough on theory, Vosh. Read Origins and Doctrine of Fascism by Gentile. Yeah. We'll get there. Radio Vision with a very kind $5. Behold my contribution to leftism. Oh, God. The Virgin Tanky, the Virgin Bernier Buster, the Virgin the chat actually effective leftist. Wait, I like this one. Wait, I like this one a lot. Read theories, their only argument. Hates liberals despite kind of being a liberal. Oh, God, Kyle Kulinski viewers. Oh, Kyle Kulinski viewers. Incredibly sensitive, hurts progressivism. Fucked over Bernie despite Bernie being better. This is good. Wait, this is actually sick as shit. Should I tweet this? Should I tweet this and invite the hate? All right, we'll do it. No balls. There we go. And here you guys go, okay, for your own use. Thank you for thank you for your contribution, comrade. That's a good ass meme right there. That's a good fucking meme right there. Nafanashi and Jammy, thank you both so much for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate the kind words in the dono. Saki Tanuki with a very kind $20. Now I just want to draw an Owl Vosh with glasses who is the speech bubble. I have read Owl Theory. That'd be cute. I think you could draw me as an owl pretty easily. I feel like there'd be a good synchronicity there with my physical features and the physical features of an owl. Nate McBrady with a very kind $20. What do you think of someone trying to pull a Muad'Dib on the GOP for the purposes of realignment? Muad'Dib? Don't reveal my ignorance to the audience, please. Later known as Paul Muad'Dib, a fictional character in the Dune universe created by Frank... Dune? Okay, no, I haven't read Dune. I'm sorry. So what does this person do? Like a double cross or like a false flag thing or whatever? They infiltrate a... Yeah, okay. You know what? Yeah, if somebody tried to do that with Republicans, I mean, it wouldn't really be bad, right? They tried to do it with the Democrats with Tulsi. Pepe laugh. Portobello Pie with the $5. Thank you so much, comrade. Baby. Baby Vortex. So good. Look how grumpy Artemy looks in the background. Jesus Christ. And System Freeze with the $5. Ooh. Small babies. Look at them. Peep, peep. Beep, 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 beep. The first baby would eat these babies. That's why we keep them apart. Small babies. How smart are mice compared to or rats or mice compared to like cats or dogs or whatever? Can you distinguish from a lib from a lefty? Please, thank you, love you. Lefty is a really ambiguous term, but I use it to refer to a progressive socialist or an anti-capitalist who values equality. Ajax, no worries. Yeah, Ajax, thank you for the $5. No worries. I don't like doing this whole... the issue is, like, learning has to be done in a certain context. I'm very happy to learn up and read up on my mistakes and all that crap. The main problem is that it's impossible to do that in certain environments, one of them being in an argument with a tanky who's lying to my face and exploiting my lack of knowledge on certain like obscure theory differentiations to try to come off like they're winning the argument. Oh my god, we have to go through these so much faster. This is insane. Wise Man, Pixelpunk, Cheesehead, and Be Awesomeful, thank you so much for the $5. All of you, I appreciate it. Just so you know, I'm looking at every single one of your donos. I'm just not reading them all out loud, but I look at them. How good are podcasts for learning? Podcasts are extremely good for learning. How'd you fire unproductive or bad workers in a cooperative? You'd vote on it, I imagine. That'd probably be the best way. Rat Kaiju with a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, Conrad. Dionysus with the very kind $2. Would I consider playing Hades on stream? Maybe. Remaked with a 5 CHF. You should check out Co-op and Migros. They're 2 worker co-ops that dominate the grocery store market here in Switzerland. That sounds pretty pog. I'd love to take a look at that, comrade. Robert Walker with a very kind $10. Only started moving further left since enlisting the military. Is that weird? No, familiarity with broken systems is a great way of moving people left. Started with Kyle Kalinske, but found your utilitarian arguments more convincing. I've been enjoying the channel since. Fuck yeah, comrade. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I'm really, really glad you're enjoying the arguments that I provide. I try my best, no matter how well I deliver them. Is there a huge delay? Can we get a Marco? Marco! Diane Lentini, thank you so much for the $5. That's a very complicated question, but there are ways, I think, and they have to do with multilateral trade agreements. Tane, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Gino the Stray with a very kind $10. Any advice for dealing with parasocial relationships as a sex/erotic content creator? That's a really difficult one because cultivating parasocial relationships is an excellent like revenue stream for sex workers. The main issue is like it's probably not that ethical and it can lead in really bad directions. If I were you, like, I'm not a sex worker, but I would do if I were you what I do here, which is where I benefit from them and I sort of jokingly say like I love you and stuff, but every once in a while I'm very clear like, hey, I don't know who any of the fuck of you are. This is my job. I treat it like my job, you know? And like you people are my customers. And you all are, well, you don't have to pay to watch me, so you're not my customers, you're my audience, but you know, it's the same thing, you know? Oh, are Migros and Co-op are they they're not worker co-ops, they're customer co-ops or like customer co-ops? Yeah. That's those are a different thing. Jojo, thank you very much for the €5. Punk culture seems pretty neat, and yeah, I would say punk music is generally pretty politically oriented. All art is politically oriented, in my personal opinion. Mon Arco Posad, thanks to $5 and for the music recommendation. Hypermode art with a very kind $5. Yes, I don't know if Destiny will be part of any left unity, but I'll consider it. Wumpy Jumps and Kuma, thank you both so goddamn much for the tier 1 sub. Wumpy Jumps, I'm afraid that the link you provided me isn't working, so I can't see. But what's going on in Big Joel's Twitter?
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers plenty.
They're streaming. What are they doing? Big Joel subtweeted you? Big Joel and I generally get along. I don't think Big Joel like would subtweet me. No, he did? Let me see. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, yeah, Wise Man. I've seen the Kalamazoo Proud Boy shit. And apparently none of the Proud Boy people got in any trouble for it. All right, what is this? The extent to which some online leftists seem to have disdain for other people on the left is so odd for me. Constantly talking about what conservatives are doing right, why they're winning so hard in the marketplace of ideas with their brilliant tactics, seems like bullshit to me. Okay. That could be a subtweet to me, that could not be. I don't really care that much either way. Oh, wait, here we go. No, it's definitely a subtweet to me. The second most important thing is acting like your allies are idiots and fetishizing the intellectual abilities and supposed persuasive power of conservatives. I don't know. Yep, that's definitely a subtweet. Yeah, no, I stand by it. Yeah, online lefties are fucking idiots. No, I fucking stand by it. Fuck these people. I'm not going up to bat to defend the intellectual tendencies of people who constantly act against their own interests, while fascists are still smart enough to vote Trump and advocate for Trump. I don't know. Can you look at the shit? What? Can we? We almost finished the donos. What's a subtweet? Subtweet. A subtweet is when you tweet about somebody, but you don't mention them. So you're just vague posting, basically. He's talking with other people in the replies. Let's see. I don't see it. I don't care anymore. Protocols of Learned Elders of Zion from the FBI vaults. What? Go to his replies, scroll up in this thread. I don't care. Why are you people so intent on starting drama? I don't care. Oh, is he actually arguing with Angie Speaks? Wait, hold on. Never mind, I do care. I take it back. Oh my god. The extent to which the left is in denial about tunnel shortcomings, what I found astounding. Oh wait, never mind. Okay. No. I didn't mind. I didn't care about arguing with Big Joel. This is funny to me though. Okay, there we go. All right, now we're fine with it. If we're arguing with Peter Coffin and Angie Speaks, now I'm totally fine with it. I thought he was on your side, though. I generally get along with Big Joel. I'd like to have Big Joel on sometime. He just seems kind of shy, to be honest. Don't fucking tone scold me. Unironically from somebody who complains about voter shaming. I love it. Okay, wait, what is this? Translated from the original Nihilist documents, condensed, prepared, and distributed in the interest and welfare of Christians and humanity in general throughout the world. The protocols consist of 24 documents first published in Russia in 1905 by Sergei Nilus. In 1906, copies were placed in the British Museum. Jewish authorities, naturally, deny the authenticity of these documents. So these were the documents that were written out by anti-Semites to try to falsify the... Yeah, this is the original JQ. Like, this is like the Bible of the JQ. The Jews have indeed lived up to the protocols. Oh my god, this... Okay, Protocol 1. What is about to be set forth then is our system from something, points of view, that of ourselves and that of the Goyim, i.e. non-Jews. Joel just said he didn't subtweet you. You know what Joel should do? Joel should mute Joel's Twitch stream and talk to me on Discord for like 2 minutes. Do I have Big Joel in my Discord thing? No, I don't. That's what you should do. Go Vosh pound 5559. Okay? That's it. Vosh pound 5559. Go tell Joel I want to talk with them super quickly and ask them to DM me on Discord. Pleasantly. Political freedom is an idea, but not a fact. In our day, the power which has replaced that of rulers is the power of gold. Time was when faith ruled. The idea of freedom is impossible of realization because no one knows how to use it with moderation. Stop trying to pull people off Twitch? Well, then maybe they should stop fucking streaming on Twitch. Here we go. The protocols. Here we go. Motto, all Jews for one and one for all. Ooh, socialism. The net which Israel is throwing over the world is widening and spreading daily. The day is not distant when all the riches and treasures of the earth will become property of the children of Israel. Protocol 3. Jewry is enslaving all Christian people. There is a Jew world plot, and it now stands completely unmasked. This protocol consists of 19 paragraphs, which agree clearly with what has been written above. What is this? I just said what this is. This was a bunch of anti-Semites falsifying a bunch of documents that they wrote out to be like the top secret Jewish manifesto where they plot their plan to destroy all of the Christian whites or whatever. It's really, really long. It's just crazy. It looks so cool. This looks like an Indiana Jones thing. Like, look at this. Like all the photocopies and stuff. Look at this. From the Church of Christ to Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI director. Dear Mr. Hoover, I'd appreciate a few moments of your time and some help with a problem that is infiltrating our churches. The problem is, in my opinion, scapegoating the Jews with the problems of our society and the communist menace which is present in the world. I believe that the communist threat is very real, but I have been receiving literature from groups that hold the position that there is an international Jewish conspiracy manipulating the communist plot via the protocols of the learned elders of Zion and the revival of the Russian Khazari. It all sounds rather fantastic to me, but there are many of my brothers in the church who are receiving this as the truth, and some who are militantly propagating it. Huh. He said he's willing to talk about, not about the Twitter drama? Oh yeah, sure, fine. Then have them DM me. Have him, friend request me. Yes, it's schizo shit, but why did the FBI post it with absolutely no context? Because all this was probably collected like a long time ago, and the FBI archives just unclassify stuff whenever it's time for them to be unclassified. You know? Probably nothing too conspiratorial there. Vosh, you're so demanding of other streamers' time, you really need to get unbanned from Twitch if you want to engage like this? Suck my cock, okay? I got unbanned and I'm not ever getting unbanned for some stupid fucking reasons, okay? Or is it that really demanding for me to just say like, hey, pop on and message me on Discord for 2 minutes? Jesus Christ. Big Joel said 30 minutes? Cool. All right, we can finish our fucking donos. So this is hyperbolic and badly written but horrifying. Is it, Stoles? The fuck is this? All enemies, foreign and domestic, an open letter to General Milley. Commander-in-Chief attempts to ignore the election results. You will face a choice. Is this a letter to the Pentagon telling them to not oust Trump? Or is this a letter to the Pentagon saying they should oust Trump? I think this is that they should. That's actually pretty cool. Hold on. I'm going to read that on my own time. Give me a bit there. That's some private time shit right there. Jaden with a very kind $10. Trans YouTuber Eden the Doll was assaulted and robbed on video in LA. Cops drove past and ignored it while it was happening. It was insane to watch, and I worry it's not getting enough coverage. I can look into it. I think somebody DM'd me about that a little while ago, but I get DMs every like 2 minutes about something bad that's happened somewhere in the world, so I can look into it. Lord Toolshed with a very kind $3. What? What do you think about the leftists that advocate socialism as a way to eventually wipe out humans? What? How does socialism lead to Poseidon? If you don't get socialism to wipe out humans, you wipe out humans to get socialism. You've got the Poseidism reversed there. Mad Lupine, thank you very much for the $6.90. Agreed. 63 Limar with a very kind 100 rubles. I feel bad because I'm a socialist, but I don't want to support revolution because I'm a pacifist pussy, especially after the bloodshed of the Russian Revolution. Oh, yeah, well, if a revolution happens, it happens. We just have to be ready for it if it does happen. That's my point. My point isn't that we should go out to the street and, exacerbate or antagonize the violent conflict. We'll probably lose. The point is if the material conditions ever reach that point, that we should be ready to put up the best possible case we can. There we go. Perfect temperature. Lenin versus Bakunin for president. That's a Bakunin. Easy for me. Bakunin, Bakunin, I still don't know. Blake, I have not yet reached out to Bo the Fifth Column. Maybe Rachel. Thank you very much for the $5, comrade. Lord Meatball with a very kind $5. JP and all of his fans are annoying fake intellectuals. Same with Elon Musk stands. Yep. There's an entire genre of mediocre men online who like turn towards like meme internet figures to be their daddies, and just turn into absolutely insufferable twats for it. 747, thanks very much for the gift of tier 1 sub. Wife Beta with a tier 1 sub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Comrade. Posada-san, thank you very much for the $2. Who said, can't wait for you to destroy all humans. So there you go, guys. It's, you know, in the flesh. Riallo, thanks for the $5. You're a king as well. Or a queen or monarch or whatever. I don't really care. Chevaler with a very kind $5. I'm going to end up in a podcast where I'm going to debate a Trump supporter. I've never engaged in a public debate before. Any tips I should know? The basic one is to not get too emotionally invested. Think about the arguments, think about what's being said, and imagine you're watching the little argument you're having on a YouTube video. Like, you're not doing it, you're watching it happen in a YouTube video. And that way, rather than getting super emotionally invested, instead, you can think like, oh, I would have said this here. But you're living it, so you get to say that here. Just don't get too emotionally invested. Trump supporters usually win, well, people usually win arguments by pulling you down roads where they're better off than you are at those particular arguments. I also have a Rhetoric 101 video you might want to take a look at. Pixel Derek, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that. Just here to make it harder for you to get through all your donos, as you are, but with a very generous donation, so that's fine. Lamb Squad with the $5. What's the best way to justify the validity of non-binary pronouns to my libertarian logic bro friend? You have to justify so many things, like preemptively. Biggest Joel needs your Discord though. Vosh pound 5559. Just send a friend request there. We should be friends anyway. Shouldn't all like big lefty content creators know each other? You have to presuppose so many things there. But honestly, I would just go for the civility route and just say that it costs you nothing and it makes somebody else happy. Unless you want to do like the whole fucking argument. Markinator, thanks to $5. What do you think of when Nazis say let's make it 110 countries? Well, they're just saying we should kick the Jews out, so I don't like it because I think that's bad and mean. Rostig with the $5. What are your thoughts on Prop 22? I don't know enough about it for me to make an educated comment. Hayden Davis with the $5. Just got off school and I'm from the Bible Belt in Texas, new to leftist ideas. How do I get more into content/theory? If you want book recommendations, go to the channel Radical Reviewer. Otherwise, for just general education, one of these days I'm going to make a Research 101 stream, which should hopefully help. Syconox with a very kind $10. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. Very happy to have been able to pull you over a little bit to the left. And now all of the remaining donos, or almost all of them at least, require a YouTube link. So let's look at these really quick. Have I seen Steven Crowder's Flirting with Ben Shapiro compilation? What?
Because they're made for men without legs.
Well, I mean,
which, as you can clearly see, is not a problem.
Wow. You know, if I like it, I should have put a ring on it, I suppose.
I suppose, yeah. Who says I'm not wearing a second ring?
All of the questions for Steven Crowder, we will ask him why, indeed, he feels that it is necessary and appropriate for him not to wear pants and thus to show his junk to the entire world. Look, Steven Crowder could use a therapist, and you might need to as well. All you need is water into your own mug is always definitely wearing pants to make me specifically uncomfortable because, as most people know, I am deeply uncomfortable with the male body.
Ben, why are you such an angry Jew today?
God dang it, who booked this? Why am I even here? Terrible in every possible way.
It's very hard for me to get jeans because I have a pretty small waist but a huge ass. So I wasn't
going to mention it, but now that you've been there.
Pants, my waist.
This has massive high school locker room energy right now. The level, conservatives operate on a lower level of sexuality than progressive people do for so many reasons. So like a guy saying they've got like a big butt, this is like a subversive, this is like a wild thing to say for them. It's actually really, really cute, you know?
This is 33, but I have to buy like 36 or 38 pants because they're made for men without legs.
Well, I mean,
which, as you can clearly see, is not a problem.
Wow. You know, if I like it, I should have put a ring on it, I suppose.
I suppose, yeah. Who says I'm not wearing a second ring?
Well, that's...
Continue with your question about my worldview. Good family values show.
Wow. So, thanks so much for stopping by, dude. It's great to see you.
Thank you, sir. Hand on the leg. No, I'm kidding. I won't put that.
Damn, there. Whew. Steven Crowder is 100% gay, by the way. 100% gay. I've never believed something so certainly in my life. There's no fucking way Crowder isn't into men. Well, maybe not gay, like bisexual, whatever, but there's no fucking way that Steven Crowder does not want to fuck men. Yeah, I want them to be happy together so they stop bothering us. Daniel Lannister, thanks to the YouTube link.
Quick question. Who are the biggest nerds in the world? No, it's not people like him. It's actually religious people, but not all religious people, like not this guy.
You wanna come watch the game after church?
Oh, definitely not. But he's not a nerd. No, I'm talking about this kind of religious person.
Feel the Emperor's wrath! Burn in holy fire! No mercy, no respite!
What is a nerd, really? It's just someone who's passionately obsessed with something like a board game or a movie.
Where's Total War Warhammer 40K? Violet, thanks to YouTube link.
Hey, how's it going, dude? It's going well. I love
What
the new
is this?
gigs. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, you got what,
I've
3
s-
employees? So in my offices, we have like 80, and I have 5 million Facebook followers. My wife's a doctor, and I feel like that's more empowering than like. Dude, I have like millions of people who are members of my audience. That's due to American racism. No, you stupid. Any societal structure that results in a racial inequality is itself racist. I've been doing this for legitimately more than half my life. I'm 35, and I started when I was 17. And every racial disparity is attributable to a system that was rooted in slavery. No. And this isn't my argument. This is Martin Luther King Jr.'s argument. That's just wrong. Let black Americans be Americans. We're here to cash the check because we're not included in the bargain. Include us in the bargain. When it comes to diversity, you know, there's this slogan that diversity is our strength. Well, there's Robert Putnam, who's a sociologist over at Harvard. He wrote an entire book about the social fabric called Bowling Alone. He was kind of the pioneer in the idea of social capital. And what he said is that ethnic diversity only correlates with 2 things. These are his words: increased TV watching and increased protest marches. That's all. That's a lie. All that was basically nonsense, and that America's just a history of whites keeping blacks down, and that no progress has essentially been made. If there is progress, it's mostly a lie. That's totally possible and plausible. And the problems that have plagued communities in the United States, not just the black community in the United States, but problems of racism or problems of sexism, the way those get alleviated is sign everybody a $80,000 check, and the problem will be alleviated. Incentives matter on both ends. So the idea is that you give some people more money and they'll do well. Right. If you create a welfare system that benefits single motherhood, you will get more single motherhood. I mean, the single motherhood rate in the black community before welfare was 20%. Now it's 70%. The rules today are racist. You don't have to have an argument with somebody if you assume they're racist. So I guess if you call everybody a racist, you don't have to have an argument. You believe in the inferiority or superiority of a group based on race. You're just full of it. I never said that stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but you decided that you wanted to throw a firebomb at the federal courthouse. Who are you going to believe? Your eyes or me?
Drove up in his vehicle and threw what could be described as a Molotov cocktail.
City surveillance cameras capturing what Mayor Garcetti says was an act of terror. 36-year-old Ben Shapiro suspected of driving the white SUV seen here, then throwing out the window a fiery bomb at the federal courthouse.
It is no more or less than what we have seen in the movies and otherwise. It was bottles which contained a flammable fluid that was ignited and lofted from the vehicle, smashing into the building and onto the sidewalk.
I'm not a fan of people. Here's some.
Shapiro returns the next day, this time armed with 2 Molotov cocktails, both aimed at the courthouse.
That guy sucks at aim.
Leave me alone. Don't get into my shit. Like, I'm not bothering you, so why are you bothering me? And if I have a belief system that's different than yours, then so the hell what? As long as I'm not bothering you, what difference does it make to you how I feel about things? Tough shit. I mean, like, I'm sorry, that's... At some point, somebody's got to restore some semblance of law and order here. Like, okay, you're an a-hole, but all right. I mean, it's a free country. This is a great damned country.
That was pretty top tier. That was pretty good. That was a good one. Jip, thank you very much for the $5 and the additional beautiful babies, GIF babies as well. Baby, fat baby, lonely baby, happy baby, baby. Fantastic. Rivera Life with the incredibly kind $10. Big Joel is asking to talk about utilitarianism. I think he wants to ask you some questions about it. Oh no. Yeah, if Big Joel friend requests me or enters the Discord and DMs me, then yeah, for sure, we can do that. We got time. If anyone tells you to vote Libertarian, please tell them they support infinite crony capitalism / rent seeking in their platform. 3.6. Really? They just openly admit that? Ah, yes. Here we go. We support election systems that are more representative of the electorate at the federal, state, and local levels. As private voluntary groups, political parties should be free to establish their own rules for nomination procedures, primaries, and conventions. We call for an end to any tax-financed subsidies to candidates or parties and the repeal of all laws which restrict voluntary financing of election campaigns. We oppose laws that effectively exclude alternative candidates and parties, deny ballot access, gerrymander districts, or deny the voters their right to consider all legitimate alternatives. Nice. Literally just like buy the election. Very good. No voter finance laws. Yes. Libertarians. Yes. Fixing the problems with this country. Do you have any part in Vosh being a character in Corruption of Champions 2? Oh. No, but it's a funny coincidence. Bleached Citrus, the very kind of $5. I love this pattern of people, giving me money to show their pets on stream. Absolutely beautiful. What is this? In the box spring? They're just in the box spring? Absolutely gorgeous. Mike from PA responded to my meme tweet. That's okay. There are going to be people who are mad. Mike from PA says, Jesus, I thought I had a big ego. Listen, I don't have to be the only Chad effective leftist here. You guys are also all Chad effective leftists, okay? It's not just me. I'm not taking sole credit here, okay? It's all of us. We're all in this together. Also, you know what? I'm doing it. We're engaging in voter interference, okay? All you need to like the tweet or you're not even a real Vosh fan, okay? Fuck it. I don't want to get ratioed. Eventually somebody, whether it's going to be Kyle Kalinske or something else, are going to fucking quote tweet that. And I'm going to get ratioed. So you need to go and like it, okay? Go. YouTube chat too. Go and like it. There you go. Get in there. Get in there, folks. Good. Okay, we're almost done. Oh my God. Steve Verdugo with a very kind $5. Kyle Kalinske yesterday said progressives should focus too much on the culture war and should focus on economics. Is this class reductionism? Kinda, yeah. Isn't that basically saying we should stop talking about BLM and only focus on like Medicare for all? Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit reductionist. Also, people get moved over on social issues just as, if not more easily than they do in economic issues. Link the tweet? I did link the tweet. This is like a class reductionist myth that only by talking about economic issues can you reach like the working class. That's not true. If people can be moved over to the right by racism, people can be moved over to the left by anti-racism. The entire conservative bloc of the United States is where they are in large part because they're Christians or racist. Like that's pretty much the bulk of it for them. Social issues are a great way of moving people over to the left. Okay. Walter Talton, thoughts on the quartering? I think the quartering is a bloated idiot who has successfully monetized making his 15-year-old audience feel like a persecuted minority in gaming. Lucky Axolotl, thank you so much for the $5. Your dono from last night did go through. I heard about that, comrade. Your top surgery. Good luck with it. Kit Kat, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that, comrade. I can't help you. If they still think that they should vote Green Party, there's nothing I can do to help you. Gravy Donut, thanks to Tier 1 sub. Buying a school bus next month so I can escape the rent trap. Can I get a W in chat? Oh shit, you're gonna live in a fucking school bus? That's pog as fuck. Jay Beasy, the Nazi you debated last night, is malding in the comments of my in my timestamp. Really? Yep, there we are. This guy didn't even know the fucking Alden's number. What a fucking idiot. Sather with the unbelievably kind $25. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Hey, I'm relaunching my YouTube channel soon. I have a debate with a literal white supremacist coming up. I'm a bit concerned about platforming their views, though. Should I opt out or press them as hard as I can? How big is your channel? It would really depend on the size of your channel. If you believe that you would be giving them like a ton of attention and prominence that they wouldn't otherwise have, then and they're like a nobody, nah. I'd just fucking go for it. Go for it if you feel confident you can win. That's the main thing. The logistics of avoiding platforming people can get very, very specific sometimes. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Platforming as a concept isn't as big of a deal as a lot of lefties seem to make it out to be. Usually platforming is bad when it's like platforming is bad when you're like Joe Rogan and you just bring a YouTube video played, the first second of a YouTube video played. Sorry about that. Platforming is bad usually when like you're Joe Rogan and you just bring Ben Shapiro on to ramble for 2 hours. Platforming's not like you bring someone on and debate them as hard as you can, and that's it. Usually it's just not like that. Opal Vortex with the unbelievably kind $20. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. I'm really happy to hear that my content gives you some entertainment while you're doing other stuff. That's the main reason I set out to do my content the way that I do my content, you know? Initially, I wanted to do like prepared content, but as I thought about it, what do I like watching more than anything else? Not Sean or Contra or Ollie videos or whatever. What I like listening to is Destiny videos because there's no visual component or a very minimal visual component, and I can just listen to it while I'm doing other stuff like playing games, going on a walk, doing errands, whatever, driving. So I wanted to be that for other people. I wanted to be able to provide that for other people. Just a constant stream of mostly audio information that they can consume at their leisure, however they like. Okay, that dono reading sesh took about an hour, but we got interrupted about 6 times by things of varying interest, so we're good. I assume that Big Joel, Mike from CCP, replied to your tweet, bring him on the stream. Mike from PA is not a large enough content creator for me to be this obsessive over his replies to me, okay? We don't need to be too fastidious about this. Just let me know when Big Joel is down to talk. Okay? That's it. That's what you need to do. All right? Okay, good. Liz, click my meme. Ah, yes. The lefty meme. This. True. Why can't we all get behind hating rich people, huh? What about small Joel? I'm a size queen, sorry. After all that, can you believe we still have energy for a segment? It feels like stream should be over for how fucking long we've been reading donos, but believe it or not, there's still something to talk about. There's actually lots of stuff to talk about. But what is it exactly that I want to talk about? Electoral interference? Big Joel is adding you on Discord. Oh, if that's happening now, we'll just do that now. Electoral interference. Hold on. Holy shit, Vosh, I like your content, but your take on leftist and elections is really hyperbolic and shitty. As an Argentinian, you really come across as an American-centrist soft liberal. Yeah, you probably just don't understand my positions that well then. I know you are not, but saying that we should point out the things that Americans do as well because of coups and shit is outright imperialist propaganda. Wait, it's imperialist propaganda to point out electoral interference in America? Wait, what? I'm an imperialist for pointing out that other people can interfere in our elections too? Why can't I just say it's bad when it happens everywhere? Also, the electoral interference taking place here makes it less likely for us to be able to reduce the amount of electoral interference taking place otherwise, you know? I think a lot of people just don't like doing or saying anything that can be interpreted as like a Democrat thing. I don't know. Is it praxis to get rich? Yeah, if you use that money for something useful. Yeah, something pro-socialist. All right. Now here's the question, folks. I'll let you guys decide. Conservatives mauling over WAP, or we talk about the death of our democracy and Donald Trump trying to fuck the election by defunding USPS. Do a poll. Poll. Why not a poll? I'm not typing it out. That's okay. I'm not going anywhere. For what? Hyena. Do WAP versus USPS. WAP or USPS? Don't we normally have mods in here? Got... This is electoral interference. All right, we'll just do it normally, okay? Hypers for WAP, Pepe for USPS. Oh, this is a tough one. Yeah, I actually saw more USPS there. All right. Let's do it, folks. So I've got bad news. I'm afraid I'm once more going to dive down into a little bit of lib shit. I do, in fact, believe, and this is, in fact, the position also supported, at least officially, by the Democratic Party, so I apologize for the, abandonment of my socialist principles, that democracy is good. That is a position that I hold. Turns out not everyone agrees with me, one of those people being Donald Trump. Look at this.
The Democrats have abandoned the American people over the simple subject of politics. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are holding the American people hostage over money for their radical left-wing agenda that the country doesn't want and won't accept. They turned down this bill.
Hey, did you guys know it's actually illegal for presidents to, during state-funded like addresses, attack the opposite party? Did you know they're not allowed to do that? It's just a funny thing. I mean, he's done it for every single speaking event he's done. But yeah.
Because they want radical left agenda items that nobody in their right mind would approve. So they want $25 billion for the post office. They want $3.5 billion for universal mailing, $3.5 billion. And the bill's not going to happen because they don't even want to talk about it, because we can't give them the kind of ridiculous things that they want that have nothing to do with the China virus. So therefore, they don't have the money to do the universal mail-in voting. So therefore, they can't do it, I guess, right? Are they going to do it even though they don't have the money? They're asking for the $3.5 billion. They're asking for $25 billion for the post office so they can do this, I guess, and other things. At 25, I would hope it would be a lot of other things too. But therefore, they don't have it. They don't have the money to do the universal mail-in votes. It'll be the greatest rigged election in history. It'll be the greatest fraud ever perpetrated, other than perhaps what they did to my campaign, where they spied on my campaign.
The other thing they couldn't prove happening. Of course, every Trump address is just a string of lies cut together with stammering. But if you miss that, he literally just said that the Trump administration will not be backing funding for the USPS because to give them that funding would be to allow them to more effectively process mail-in voting. Now, most presidents are smart enough, if they plan on interfering with the election, to not admit they're interfering with the election. You know? Remember the North Carolina voter ID laws, where the state legislator researched which types of voting and which types of IDs black people tended to use, and then specifically outlawed things in such a way as to disproportionately target black people with surgical precision, as was found by the Supreme Court? Imagine if that state legislator had been defending their decision by saying, yeah, well, And if we take away these voting booths and we take away these IDs and implement this law, well, black people won't be able to vote. They won't be able to vote as easy. And if we did let them vote, that'd be some of the greatest electoral interference of our time. I want you to imagine that, if you will. Imagine that not only did they deliberately attempt to rig the votes, but they were stupid enough to just plainly state it. Now, I know what you're thinking, of course. There's a big difference between saying that you are preventing black people from voting and saying that you're preventing mail-in votes from happening. Well, the issue with that is there's really, really not. Because it has been found in poll after poll after poll, Biden voters are significantly more likely to rely on mail-in voting than Trump voters, for a wide variety of reasons. Democrats tend to live in the cities. Cities tend to have more people per voting booth, meaning that lines get longer, meaning more people are going to want to mail in. Cities also have much higher COVID-19 risks with regards to actually going inside, waiting in line, what have you, because you're in a more densely populated area. The difference is staggering. 48% of voters for Joe Biden plan to vote by mail, as opposed to 23% of voters for Donald Trump. Now, I have seen some people, some of whom pretend to be on the left, who are claiming this isn't a big deal and that Trump doesn't actually have the power to interfere with the processing of the USPS. This is obviously factually incorrect. I have heard some people have the audacity of saying that, as a matter of fact, the USPS's interference via budget shortfalls is not possible because the USPS funds itself. Of course, the USPS has been in the red for a while now, and with this lack of emergency aid, they will have a greater justification for doing what they have already been doing, which has been removing mailboxes. Do you know where they've been removing mailboxes? Here is a Washington Post map of which areas have had the greatest degree of postal service reduction, overlaid to which counties voted red and which counties voted blue. Here, I'll get rid of my camera for a second so we can really appreciate the map. So, if you look carefully, you will notice that the greatest reductions in USPS capacity and processing are taking place in blue areas, namely big cities. Look at that. We got Houston, Los Angeles, New York, Pontiac, Philadelphia, Columbus. And these are not insignificant reductions either. These are very, very, very significant reductions in the processing capacity of the USPS in these areas. In these areas which vote Democrat. Now, that could just be a coincidence. It also could be a coincidence that the recent Trump appointee to the head of the USPS, the Postmaster General, is a Trump loyalist who has $30 to $70 million in assets invested in direct competitors to the USPS. Just like a lot of Trump appointees who seem to be have a lot of money tied up in industries that compete with the government programs they've been appointed to lead. It could be a coincidence that pretty much everyone who works for the USPS nowadays is a Trump supporter of some kind or another, and that they have been outright ignoring calls. Joel might be ready soon. Gotcha. And that they have been outright ignoring the many, many protests of the USPS workers and of the USPS Postal Union, all of whom are openly denouncing the Postal Service's complicity in allowing for electoral interference. Here, they actually have a pretty cool sign. Look, USPS Union sign. I got to admit, I'm pretty fond of this one. This is from the USPS Union. Not snow, not rain, not heat, not night. And not fascism either. Now, the issue we have right now, we don't know factually the degree to which the disempowerment and defunding of the USPS is going to actually influence the election. We don't know. It's not possible to know. Will votes just get lost in the mail? Will they not be processed in time to affect the election? Are we going to have an election and then 2 months later we find there's this big cache of votes that were never counted and it's too late to go back and change the outcome? What is going to happen? We don't know. And that's the issue. Because by targeting mail-in voting and with the knowledge that Biden voters are far, far, far more likely to vote by mail than they are in person, they have found a way. Yes, check the DMs. Holy shit, I can read your fucking messages. You don't need to keep repeating it. What do you think I'm looking at when I'm talking? Not chat? You know I'm not looking at the fucking camera because I look down a bit. It could also just be a coincidence that DeJoy destroyed over 500 mail sorting machines worth millions of dollars with no stated reason, fired or reassigned 23 executives to centralize power around himself, and forbade postal workers from working overtime. After all, both sides are bad. Yeah, it could just be both sides are bad. You know, it could be utter coincidence. We don't know what the outcomes of this are going to be. We have no fucking idea. Okay, all we can do now, if we're not going to vote in person, is to make the odds of USPS interference as low as possible by dropping off our mail-in votes at the ballot box directly outside of the voting station, which we can do. In most states, I believe, possibly all of them. I don't know if it's a state-by-state thing. That is something you can do. If you want to vote by mail, you get your ballot, you throw that shit into an envelope after filling it out proper, and then you deposit it outside of the polling station. You have a little slot there. What I'm going to do soon is I'm going to make a video where I'm going to go over all the states with all the recommendations for what the best possible way of voting would be and how to best minimize the likelihood of your vote just getting lost in the mail. This is an incredibly serious threat to our democracy. Man, we talk about whether or not Biden or Trump wins the 2020 election. At this rate, after everything Trump's done, I don't think we're going to get a 2024 election. Not a proper one, at least. You really think Trump or whoever replaces Trump isn't just going to push for a third term or whatever? Like they can get away with anything at this point. We're not running up against the boundaries of bourgeois democratic legalism here. We're past that. We're at the point now where we're going to have to start making very difficult choices about how much we value civility over the perpetuation of the democratic institutions we rely on to even be able to affect positive change. Good luck. All right, we're good. Joel, let's do Joel. Trump has explicitly stated he wants a third term. Yeah, no shit. The dude's going to be fucking arrested as soon as he leaves office. All right. Twitter DMs. Twitter DMs. Everyone worried about puberty blockers aren't aware of the massive number of teenage males who abuse anabolic steroids without doctor supervision and end up okay. Maybe it just happened to me. I mean, that's almost like a whataboutism, though, right? Fact check: USPS Postal Service Union did not produce ads saying Trump won't stop mail. Oh, is that not true? Oh, I didn't even think to fact check that. Ah, damn it. It wasn't made by the union. It was created by a graphic designer. Ah, damn it. Okay, I didn't think to fact check that. That sucks. Fuck, I can't do that segment now. Whatever. I'll revisit in a future stream. Just put an edit in it? Maybe. Okay, we're waiting on Joel. You're taking your time with that bar? Listen, I'm trying my best over here, okay? All right, I did it. Let's take a look. What are these Twitter replies looking like? Because good lefties support capitalism and oligarchy, I guess. God, I fucking hate leftists. Oh, there is no left unity with me. You're supporting capitalism by voting for Biden over Trump, as opposed to all the non-capitalism we'll get under Trump. I mean, technically, maybe, like, under Trump, we might not have capital. Like, we might completely supplant capitalism and just go straight to capitalism's final stage, fascism. You know, if you really want that. See the quote tweets? They're so cancerous. Whatever, they'll stay mad. These people are fucking idiots, and they hurt. They want all you dead. All of you right here, all of you who agree with me, you're not leftists. You're just more LARPers, radlibs that are destroying the movement. If you're trans, they want you dead. If you're black, they want you dead. If you're disabled, they want you dead. No other explanation can be found for how their completely arcane belief that not voting will bring leftism makes any sense. It's just an expression of distaste for you. They dislike you because you are the weak and vestigial elements of what they believe to be the true left, which is, I imagine, a basement full of nerds in their 20s, reading theory and occasionally sucking each other off. That to them is the true left. No action, no actual commentary or critique, nothing but snarky derivative commentary on what's happening. Literally or figuratively? Both, of course. Obviously both. The quote tweets are reminding me why it's so important that I never waste my time pretending that I can get along with the broader left. Wop while we wait. Now we got to do some donos. The only thing we can do is outgrow them. These people's brain worms are fatal. We're not going to be able to move them over. No thought head empty. What are some of the quote tweets? It's all the same thing. You're a liberal. It's all Bernie or Busters, whose brains have been poisoned by Chapo, Kyle Kulinski, and Jimmy Dore, who think that there's nothing more liberal than participating in direct action and electoralism rather than just direct action. God, didn't Lenin talk about this? I've had people try to gaslight me on whether or not Lenin actually talked about this, but I'm pretty sure Lenin fucking talked about this. Hold on, where is it? Lenin, essay, left communists, windbags. I think he said windbags is the most distinctive word. Should we participate in bourgeois parliaments? Here we go. So I've had some people say that this essay is specifically and only exclusively about participating in like far left electoral systems. But if you actually read the essay rather than just getting your interpretation of it from other people, what you find is here, we can. The windbag essay is very good. Here we go. Everything goes to show that this statement is far too sweeping and exaggerated, but the basic fact set forth here is incontrovertible, and its acknowledgement by the lefts is particularly clear evidence of their mistake. How can one say parliamentarianism is politically obsolete when millions and legions of proletarians are not only still in favor of parliamentarianism, but are downright counter-revolutionary? He's not just referring to crazy fucking far-left parties like communist parties in the parliament. He's talking about working within systems that proletarians are still in line with. It is obvious that parliamentarianism in Germany is not yet politically obsolete. It is obvious that the lefts in Germany have mistaken their desire, their politico-ideological attitude, for objective reality. This is a most dangerous mistake for revolutionaries to make. In Russia, where over a particularly long period and particularly varied forms, the most brutal and savage yoke of Tsarism produced revolutionaries of diverse shades, revolutionaries who displayed amazing devotion, enthusiasm, heroism, and willpower. In Russia, we have observed this mistake of the revolutionaries at very close quarters. We have studied it very attentively and have a first-hand knowledge of it, and that is why we can see it so clearly in others. Parliamentarianism is, of course, listen to this, politically obsolete to the communists in Germany, but, and that is the whole point, we must not regard it, what is obsolete to us, as something obsolete to a class, to the masses. Here again we find that the lefts do not know how to reason, do not know how to act as the party of a class, as the party of the masses. You must not sink to the level of the masses, to the level of the backward strata of the class. That is incontestable. You must tell them the bitter truth. You are in duty bound to call their bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices what they are, prejudices. But at the same time, so what he's essentially saying here is that communists in Germany of the era have mistakenly believed parliamentarism to be obsolete because it is obsolete for them. But they are making a mistake here because they are seeing in their own society the same heroism and revolutionary conditions that were taking place at that time in Tsarist Russia, but those were not present in Germany at that time. But at the same time, you must soberly follow the actual state of the class consciousness and preparedness of the entire class, not only of its communist vanguard, and of all working people. So he's saying you have to participate in parliamentarianism because parliamentary systems are still legitimate in the eyes of the majority of the proletariat, and an obstinate refusal to participate in bourgeois parliamentarism, or bourgeois electoralism as we would commonly describe it because America doesn't have a parliament, is a refusal to participate in this is denying yourself the ability to reach people who may yet be radicalized. We're almost done here. Vosh, he also said this to the British lady in 1920. He told her communists should participate in the Labour Party and work against reactionaries. Skip to the section about the British Labour Party. Ooh, juicy. I'll take a look at that in just a second. Even if only a fairly large minority of the industrial workers, and not millions and legions, follow the lead of the Catholic clergy, and a similar minority of rural workers follow the landowners and kulaks, it is undoubtedly a signifier that parliamentarianism in Germany has not yet politically outlived itself, that participation in the parliamentary elections and in the struggle on the parliamentary rostrum is obligatory on the party of the revolutionary proletariat, specifically for the purposes of educating the backward strata of its own class, and for the purpose of awakening and enlightening the underdeveloped, downtrodden, and ignorant rural masses. Whilst you lack the strength to do away with bourgeois parliaments and every other type of reactionary institution, you must work within them because it is there that you will still find workers who are duped by the priests and stultified by the conditions of rural life, otherwise you risk turning into nothing but windbags. I've heard lefties talk about how Lenin was only referring to far left communist. No, he fucking wasn't. He is specifically talking about the ways in which participating in bourgeois electoralism are effective in radicalizing the proletariat, because otherwise you're leaving them behind. This is literally what he's talking about. It is true that at that time in Germany, there were active communists participating in their own party there. But this argument, the logic that he is employing, is equally valid today. Would Lenin have advocated for voting for the Democratic Party? I'll take a hard fucking stand. And you know what? You can clip chip me. Vosh says Lenin would have voted for Biden. Yeah, I do think so, because he's not stupid like you. Because he recognizes that the material conditions under which we currently live are ones in which our best chance at radicalizing the masses are by voting. He wouldn't have bragged about it. He wouldn't have campaigned for Biden. He probably would have been some crazy fucking far left, union organizer or something in the modern era, 100%. Yeah. But the logic that he is laying out right here absolutely applies to the position we find ourselves in today. I've said this before, every leftist who doubts me on this, their criticisms have been insubstantial. Their criticisms have misrepresented the arguments Lenin is currently leading forward here. He is not saying only far-left communist parties should continue participating in bourgeois parliamentarianism. He is talking about the very idea of using bourgeois electoralism as a vessel for moving people to the left, because otherwise, without that participation, you lack the main political and social throughput to the majority of the proletariat. Where is this from? This is Lenin's essay, Should We Participate in Bourgeois Parliaments?, in which he is specifically decrying left-wing communists who are so up their own ass and holier than thou that they don't vote in bourgeois parliamentary or electoral systems. He is specifically making fun of people who consider themselves so left-wing that they're above participating in bourgeois electoralism. That is very specifically what he is referring to here. I've read the entire essay multiple times. Nothing in here contradicts the position that I am taking, that this is applicable to the current material state of affairs. So what is this? Soviet Russia as I saw it in 1920 and Karma's in the Kremlin, Sylvia Pankhurst. So they're saying something about the Labour Party in here? Lenin and the British Labour Party. Ooh, the British Labour Party. That's interesting. So the British Labour Party isn't some crazy communist political party or anything. They're just the comparatively left-leaning, Bring? What's happening? Is there a noise? I didn't have my earbuds in. Was there a noise that just happened? Windows. Gotcha. Because I did the search function. Okay. The passages in dispute dealt with the British Communist parties and declared that they should affiliate to the British Labour Party and make use of parliamentary action. Whoa! Lenin was saying that communists in Britain should affiliate themselves with the British Labour Party to take advantage of their position within Parliament? Lenin evidently does not regard either of these questions as fundamental. Indeed, he considers that they are not questions of principle at all, but of tactics. Whoa! He advocates for tactical efficacy over people arguing they're doing something out of principle? Which may be employed advantageously in some phases of the changing situation, but discarded with advantage in others. Whoa! You should change your tactical approach towards something based on what's most effective at the time and shouldn't plant your feet in the ground and only base your actions off principle because that destroys left-leaning movements? Neither question his opinion is important enough to cause a split in the communist ranks. I am even inclined to suspect that he has not been uninfluenced by the belief that the course he has chosen is that which will appeal to the majority of communists and will therefore cement the largest number of them in united action. Imagine 1920s communists in Britain being more politically effective than modern-day socialists in the Democratic Party. As to the question of affiliation to the Labour Party, a question that may presently arise in similar form for decision by the Communist parties of Canada and the United States, Lenin says, Lenin's about to say it. Millions of backward members are enrolled in the Labour Party. Therefore, communists should be present to do propaganda amongst them, provided communist freedom of action and propaganda is not thereby limited. Oh my God! We should be willing to work within the Labour Party or the left-leaning party within our own bourgeois electoral system to try and disseminate propaganda and move people over to the left while simultaneously engaging in direct action and advocating for far-left movements that wouldn't be acceptable within that parliamentary system? When afterwards, in the Kremlin, I argued with Lenin privately that the disadvantages of affiliation outweighed those of disaffiliation, he dismissed the subject as unimportant saying the Labour Party would probably refuse to accept the Communist Party's affiliation and that in any case, the decision could be altered next year. Dismissing counter-arguments saying that they're unimportant. Now, in that case, the differentiation between the Labour Party's presence back then and the Democratic Party's presence today are probably significant because parliamentary systems and electoral and like presidential systems work very differently, and the way in which you assign power and how you can take advantage of the system definitely varies. But yeah, this is just a fact of the matter. Like Biden would not have advocated for Bernie or bust at all. Here we are. I think I saw this a little while ago. Marx telling you not to abstain from political action. The Congress at The Hague has brought to maturity 3 important points. It has proclaimed the necessity for the working class to fight the old disintegrated society in political as well as social grounds, and we congratulate ourselves that this revolution of the London Conference will henceforth be in our statutes. In our midst there has been formed a group advocating for the workers' abstinence from political action. We have considered it our duty to declare how dangerous and fatal for our cause such principles appear to be. Someday the worker must seize political power in order to build up the new organization of labor. He must overthrow the old politics which sustain the old institutions, if he is not to lose heaven on earth like the old Christians who neglected and despised politics. But we have not asserted that the ways to achieve that goal are everywhere the same. You know that the institutions, mores, and traditions of various countries must be taken into consideration, and we do not deny that there are countries such as America, England, and if I were more familiar with your institutions, I would perhaps say Holland, where the workers can attain their goal by peaceful means. Holy shit! This isn't just Marx saying you should participate in bourgeois electoralism. This is Marx saying you could conceivably achieve your goals through bourgeois electoralism. Wow, I didn't know Marx was such a fucking liberal. If anybody in a Kyle Kulinski YouTube comment section made the argument that you could get socialism without revolution, you'd be called a lib. I don't personally believe that. Here's Marx advocating for that idea. In all likelihood, the reason being that we had stronger democratic institutions than, say, Russia did back during the turn of the 20th century. And here's Lenin once more. We would put up our candidates in a very few but absolutely safe constituencies, namely where our candidate would not let in the liberal instead of the labor candidate. We would take part in the election campaign, distribute pamphlets advocating communism, and in all constituencies where we have no candidates, we would urge the electors to vote for the labor candidate and against the bourgeois candidates. Comrades Sylvia Pankhurst and Gallagher are mistaken in thinking this is a betrayal of communism or a renunciation of the struggle against the social traitors. On the contrary, the communist revolution undoubtedly stands to gain by it. That is fact. That is unarguable. In districts where we cannot promote or cannot assuredly win as leftists, we must ensure the victory of, in that case, the Labor Party, and over here, the Democratic Party, because the communist revolution undoubtedly stands to gain from it. Unbelievable that these people will, I'm quoting Lenin, and there are people who will tell me I'm a liberal for doing so. I invite you, I'm making this a fucking segment, I invite you to fucking maul over it. All you pieces of shit who think that your principled stance against voting for Biden is a product of your adherence to the original and theoretical positions of our leaders, get the fuck out of here. Either, if you call me a liberal, you have to call Lenin and Marx liberals too, okay? We're not liberals, you're just stupid and allergic to victory. That's the main difference there. It's not that we're libs, it's that you associate winning with liberalism, which is your own fucking cross to bear, by the way, okay? These are direct quotes from them. And the interpretations here, this isn't like a nuanced, highly particular reading of these quotes. This is an incredibly simple and straightforward and direct interpretation of things that Marx and Lenin wrote specifically to try and discourage people like you from ruining our chances and actually bringing about a better world, okay? I don't even like Lenin that much. Apparently because he was a lib. Maybe that's why I don't like Lenin. Because he was a lib. Maybe that's the real reason why. So who's not a lib? Stalin? I bet you if I looked enough into Stalin, I could probably find something where he says the participation in bourgeois electoralism can be a vessel through which we promote the interests of the revolutionary proletariat or something. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. I don't much care what Stalin has to say on the subject. he was only against social democrats who wanted equal income for everyone because it would support the bourgeois establishment. Yeah, I've made that claim before, that a UBI might end up actually preventing revolutionary conditions. All right. Okay. We're going to talk to Big Joel. There we go. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while, like for a long, long while. I'm really glad. Here we go. Okay, I'm adding Big Joel. Add friend. He doesn't want to talk about the drama? That's fine. We'll talk about what? Big Joel, why are you so nervous to talk to me? I'm not like trying to debate you or anything. I just like... All right. Nobody wants to... I see how it is. Just little old Vosh. Small YouTube channel. Nobody cares. After Vosh bashed Theory. I didn't bash Theory. I just think that an over-reliant... Here's the pro... You know what bothers me? You know what bothers me a lot? If there is anyone who's convinced by that little segment that I just did, I just made all the same arguments that Lenin and Marx made in the past, and they didn't believe me. But if they believe it now that they know that it's come from Lenin and Marx, that means they didn't care about the ideas. They're just following whatever their daddies tell them to believe. That really bugs me. If you get your logical, like... You do know Marx and Lenin were also just human beings, right? Like, they were yeah, it's literally just a religion to you. Like, oh, God. Oh, God. Joel! Joel. We're not in call yet. You'll know. Oh, here we go. Big Joel. Wait, does Big Joel seriously not have... Does Big Joel seriously not have a Discord profile picture? Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, do you really not have a Discord profile picture?
I do not.
Oh.
I consider that a power move. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. It's actually pretty unnerving. I feel like I'm being flexed on right now. You're not streaming, right? Or your audio isn't
I am not. No, I know that I would be destroyed by it. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for coming on. We've been friendly to each other on Twitter for a little while. I thought it might be nice to actually talk with you. How are you doing?
Good. What's up? I'm just sitting today. I have nothing to do. So do you play the game Sorry, do you play Getting Over It? Ever play Getting Over It?
No, I haven't. Maybe we'll do that for the 300K stream, you know? Chat keeps goading me, but it looks pretty frustrating. Yeah. Do you okay, so we're not talking about drama. That's fine. I mean,
it wasn't a subtweet of you. It was not directed at you.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I don't
if
really
that's what you're
people
curious
shit talk
about.
me all the time. I don't really care anymore.
Right.
Eventually you just have to kind of lean into it. Do you the one thing that I've noticed, No, is that of all the content creators online, you're the one who I think, apart from me, has taken the most principled stance on not being big on this whole kind of like class reductionist tendency, which I really appreciated because it's so sexy, you know, like being the real true leftist.
I don't know. I mean, there's tons of creators out there who are probably way more into it than me. I can think of Innuendo Studios makes fantastic videos. Do you watch his work?
Yeah, of course. He doesn't like me though. Rip.
Yeah. Trying to think. Jack Saint, huge not into that. I don't know. I feel like of all the people on Twitter,
3 Arrows is really good about it too.
Right. I feel like of all the people on Twitter, I'm probably the least person of all the people that are generally lumped into this category, honestly. I make very piddling takes, I would argue, most of the time.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, you're baiting them in, right? With the civility, you know, the kind words, everything, the soft aesthetic. Yeah, and then you get them by the neck.
I feel like I'm so interested. What caused this huge growth you've been seeing recently? It's amazing to look at. There's 7,300 people watching this right now.
Yeah.
What?
It's been a good stream, yeah.
That's nuts. Congratulations.
Thank you. A lot of it came. The growth corresponded with a lot of people coming to me from TikTok. I don't know how much of it actually was from TikTok. I think I just kind of rode a wave of YouTube algorithm sharing, which was really, really cool. I'm hoping to hit 300K by the end of the year. That'd be like a nice round goal, you know?
Right. That'd be awesome. I mean, I don't want you to beat me in terms of subscribers online.
What are you at?
So
Wait, hold on.
I have 280 something subs.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, no, you're probably gonna hit 300K before me. Here, I'll look up your social play. You're doing it up. It's just a little go-kart race for us, really, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean you're getting like 1,000 subs a day. Hell yeah. I feel like I am shameless in terms of not acting like I don't care. I'd love to get huge sub online. It's super fun and great for me and my life.
One of the things that really bugs me about a lot of lefties online is that, or like content creators, I'm sorry, not lefties online, but content creators, is that they don't really act the way they should be with regards to their career. They're very blasé about it, you know, like, oh yeah, I just make channels. Like, no, it's our job. Like, this is our job. We pay our rent or mortgage with this. Absolutely, we want as many views and donations as possible. I don't think there's anything wrong with leaning into that, you know?
That's more like an affected American kind of way of acting. Like, I think part of like American labor philosophy, like the way that Americans want to act like they approach work is like, I'm not ambitious, I don't even care, and then they'll like slit their boss's throat. It's like a whole, I feel like there's a real like tendency for people to want to understate how much they want to be successful.
Yeah, I'm pretty ambitious, so I try not to do that. I'd like to be the largest lefty channel online. I don't know how much.
Me too.
Yeah,
I would love that for me. Yeah,
side by
for
side.
Sure. People are really into like this ooh-woo Joel thing in your chat. Really,
well, you're like, wait, are you looking at the YouTube chat or the site chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they probably. I feel YouTube. My most rabid fans are on my site chat, so they're. Well, no, now they're all spamming ooh-woo Joel. Yeah, they like you. I mean, who doesn't, right?
Some people online don't like me, but oh wow, that's a lot of ooh-woos in your chat right now.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The it's nice actually, because most of the people who I'm friends with regards to the lefty circle are small content creators who do the Debate Pro stuff as well, or who are at least adjacent to the Debate Pro stuff. I'd like to diversify a little bit. You're free to come on whenever you like. I didn't have anything to debate with you. I just thought it'd be nice to have a conversation.
I'm trying to think if there's anything interesting I have to talk about
Read
with
any
you.
Lenin recently?
I've never read Lenin. Is that like am I supposed to read Lenin right now?
Definitely,
should I read some aloud?
Definitely depends on who you ask. Yeah, my chat won't shame you for it. I have one thing that really bugs me. You know how Bernie or busters aren't like a big problem in terms of the general electorate, but you know how there are a lot of lefties who are Bernie or bust, like online. It's like a pretty popular.
Sure, don't want to vote for Biden. Yeah. Just are not interested in voting for Biden.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that bugs me is a lot of those people will call me like a lib for promoting the voting for Biden, which is interesting because we were going over segments of literature written by Marx and by Lenin, which both affirm the necessity of the participation in bourgeois electoralism as a mechanism for radicalizing the proletariat.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're all libs, I guess.
From my perspective, recently I've kind of just dropped it as an idea to talk about online because I think every single point I have about people voting Biden is extremely obvious, right? There's not a debate that's genuinely centered on who is the better candidate, Donald Trump or Joe Biden. You don't really see. Maybe some people will go there if you press them for a second, but they never start there, right?
Yeah.
It always starts with it doesn't matter, or I don't want to. I'm an anarchist. I don't want to engage with electoralism, right? Yeah. So I don't really. I don't think that anything I could ever say would ever convince people to change their minds about this. And also, I feel like. The other reason why I don't like talking about it online is because I feel like Joe Biden has at this point written off the progressive vote, clearly doesn't think he needs it to win, and is just so aggressively hedging his bets toward, Michigan centrists that I feel like I don't even have like a part in his electorate strategy. I'm not even in this race. I don't think that people care what I say about it,
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it, to be honest. What a lot of people say, and the big worry I think a lot of people have, is that the left will go back to sleep if Biden wins, which I don't believe. But one of the best ways that we can prevent the left from going to sleep is if Biden is horrendously disappointing. So with regards to this, it looks like he might back off his public option and just go back to like promoting Obamacare, which would be for the good of the country abysmal. Many people will die. But for the good of radicalizing people, oh man, if you had people like Sanders and AOC relentlessly pushing him to the left on healthcare for the entire election process, then he gets elected and moves to the right on it, that would be such an easy pull for a lot of Democrats to go like, wow, moderate Democrats are fucking trash, and move over to the left, you know?
Yeah, I don't know how strong the case for not voting for or having Trump win to accelerate people's radicalization. I don't know how strong that case is. For one thing, we've had 4 years of him. I don't know what the additional 4 years is going to do to people who have not yet been convinced that he's a terrible president, right?
Yeah. Because the people who are convinced of that, they're convinced Trump is a terrible president. But the more, so many people voted for Biden based on electability, which indicates that even if their sentiments are more in line with like Bernie Sanders or Warren or whatever, they're voting for Biden because they're so terrified of another Trump term, they're not willing to move further left because it's a risk. It's only in safe districts that people like the Squad get elected, after all. And likewise, it's only in an America free of Republican tyranny that Democrats are going to be comfortable experimenting with further left candidates, you know? Just in my opinion, you know?
I agree. I also think that, like, I don't know, if leftism is so fragile in America that we need we need the worst possible neoliberal fascist situation in order to convince people of it, I think that doesn't speak too kindly of the persuasive power of leftism. And I think that that's like a real, like it's very odd to see people who 100% think that they can advocate so strongly for the case of leftism, which, to be clear with, I agree completely, turn around and say what we require is Donald Trump to help us make our case for us.
Yeah, I mean the ultimate sort of lead up to that is Possadism, right? Socialism can only be birthed in the flames of nuclear hellfire.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, yeah, eventually, like, wow, we're kind of painting a bad face on socialism here if we have to go to these lengths to legitimize its premises to the general population. How far gone are we? Yeah, well, anyway, we'll see how it goes. I'm starting to get an increasingly certain feeling Trump is going to win again, so hopefully he doesn't make being a leftist illegal or something.
I don't think he's going to win. That's my take.
I hope so.
If my mother has anything to say about it, who is like a Lincoln org liberal, I really don't like, whatever. I feel like the entire, like, used to be Republican, not involved in Trump stuff is super not with it, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, I'll probably go back now to reading donos. I appreciate you hopping on. Maybe we can talk about something a little more substantive in the future.
Yeah, for sure. All right, cool. Have a nice day, all of you in chat. Bye.
I'll remember you on Discord, the yellow Discord icon. That's how I'll remember you. Have a good one.
All right, bye.
Bye. That was nice. Were you people in his chat saying, like, I wanted to debate him or something? I just wanted to have a conversation with the Big Joel. Well, hold on. Let me read donos, and I think, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Markinator with the $5. Vosh, you said that Chloe from Life is Strange is the bitch, and that most lesbian relationships in fiction are just abusive. Could you elaborate on that, please? Man, I don't know. This is like an element that would probably... This is the kind of thing that would better be explained by like a femme with shaved hair or shaved head or something like that, or I don't know. But Chloe from Life is Strange kind of is like a manipulative asshole. And a lot of lesbian relationships in fiction really are kind of portrayed as abusive. I think the main reason for that is because we infantilize a women's abusive tendencies to a very large extent in media. Like if a girl like cutely shoves their partner, it's like, oh, they're upset, that's so cute. But if a guy shoves like his girlfriend, like it's like the music will go and it's like, oh god, he's a murderer. You know what I mean? The complete like identical behavior, just the coding is completely different. Wait, she never shoved anyone? I'm not saying she shoved someone. I'm saying the way we portray abusive behavior by women is way more permissive than the way we portray abusive behavior by men, you know? dude, in media, women can literally slap their partners across the face and get away with it. What the fuck? If a guy slapped his girlfriend in front of the face anywhere even remotely approximating a public setting, that guy would be jumped by every guy in a fucking quarter-mile radius. Squad W, dude. Squad fucking W. And what the negative to this is that lesbian relationships do end up having a lot of abuse, in large part because women aren't really taught to see signs of red flags in each other, because it all gets like neutered by the assumption that women are like harmless little baby angels. Now, obviously, the average guy is going to be a lot stronger than the average girl. So I guess if we have to utilitarian this out, like, I guess it's probably a little worse if you're like a bigger person slapping a smaller partner as opposed to vice versa, because you could conceivably do more harm, or like there's a greater implicit threat, you know? Like if I had a girlfriend, unless that girl was like way big for some reason, but like an average girlfriend, physically speaking, they could like hit me or something, but it doesn't really pose a threat to me. Whereas if I hit them, that could potentially be like a life threat to them. I'm not saying that makes it any morally better. I'm just saying I can understand how coding wise there's like a greater implicit threat, you know? How can she slap? Exactly. Okay, that was one dono and it took me 5 minutes. We're on a great pace. Great pace, everybody. Bad Canary, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Whoever said Kyle said we shouldn't focus on social issues was lying. He just said we shouldn't get hung up on purity points while we're still in the minority. Well, that I would agree with. If that is what he said, then I would agree with it. Thomas Osase with a very kind 10 Canadian. You may find great value in checking out Dr. Joy Guru, Post-Traumatic Slave Disorder on YouTube. Find the book Medical Apartheid. Cheers. If you want me to remember that, you're going to have to email me, comrade. I might check that out. It sounds interesting. Blue Ghoulies with a very kind tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. Likewise with Minato. Can Bernie busters are just coomers because they're really leaning into the bust part? Fucking true. The Real Lock, thank you very much for the $5. Very true. Doug E with the $2. Do you foresee more riots come election day? Yes, no matter who wins. Vosh, stop mispronouncing WAP. You're scaring Italians. Wait, is WAP WAPE? Wait, what's WAP? Wait, is it WAP? WAP. 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 Firecrotch Brian with the incredibly kind $5. In about 3 weeks, I'll have a whole ass GED and will be that much closer to achieving my dream of attending college. 2 years ago, I didn't think I could do it. Holy fuck, my dude. Brian, Firecrotch Brian, congratulations. That's incredible. Getting shit together like that or like moving forward in that way can be really fucking tough. Sometimes. Thank you for the $5 and congratulations. I really hope it works out for you. When you're in college, don't watch too much of me, okay? It'll rot your brain. Patrick Miller, I did see the Destiny debate. I don't think there was anything wrong with Destiny's performance. How is there a JREG GIF on... What? Wait, how do they do that? You can select from a pre-arranged selection of GIFs. They have JREG there? Okay, all right. True Radioactive. Thank you for the $5. Let Champhetamine with a very kind $10. Everyone worried. Oh, wait, I did that one. Okay. Ferdy Goat with a very kind $5. Just caught a ride back from the shooting range with a cure. I felt in danger the whole time. These people are really not well, and it's axiomatic. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't care if people say that I'm medicalizing like political positions. I think that believing in QAnon is like a mental illness. I'm really sorry. If you legitimately believe that in spite of all available rational evidence that Donald Trump is like an enemy of the deep state and an enemy of pedophiles in spite of his very, very obvious associations with Jeffrey Epstein and the fact that he's been a billionaire since birth, that he's waging a secret war and that he somehow has never talked about this war in spite of the fact that Donald Trump can never shut the fuck up about anything that he's doing and he's fighting against Satanists and pedophiles and globalists and everything. If you believe this, I think you're mentally ill and I don't trust you for anything. Derek, true, Lenin is a lib. Root of all Grievals, the 690. Lenin is the prime example of the live-action adaptation being worse than the book, not gonna lie. Paul DSSB, thank you so much for the $5, comrade. You adopted her last month and her name is Jojo. Oh. Baby. 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 Ooh. She is trapped. She cannot get out. She got out. Big butt on the computer. Aww. Violence, baby. Baby. Yeah, many babies this stream. Trapped. This is gay baby jail right here. Yep, gay baby jail. They're staging a breakout. Cute. Cats love computers, dude. Sneaky Wakiki, maybe. Yeah, we got to bring stamp collecting back, I guess. Lenin is a CIA plant confirmed. Maybe Slam Brew. We don't fucking know. Xander Hall with a tier 1 sub. Still planning on building that second PC so you can stream Total War Warhammer 2. Still down to help you decide what parts to get and help you build it. Yeah, dude, for sure. I'd love to work with you on that. I'm waiting on getting my new desk in because I'm still doing this on a cafeteria table, like a $60 big folding cafeteria table, you know? Which means that my whole setup right now is completely, you know, completely temporary. So we'll see. Where'd you get the desk? Office Depot. I don't know. Patrick Miller with $5. Why are you quoting Big Daddy Tanky to legitimize voting efficacy? Lennon was correct, but he was still an authoritarian shithead. I do think that Lenin's writings were very I think that Lenin did a lot of fucked up things as a leader. I think that Lenin was an extremely intelligent person who wrote a lot of good shit, though. I can't deny that. From what I've read of Lenin, which has been a fair amount, I really do think that he contributed enormously to our understanding of socialism and political mobilization and what have you. Though it remains true that what we consider Marxism-Leninism is largely just a Stalinist Frankenstein mishmash of Leninist ideas with Stalinist application that ended up getting like historically misappropriated. That's that old joke, right? What do MLs do when they want to look up something Marx wrote? They bring up Lenin, you know, because they don't go back further than that. So Marxism-Leninism is charitably more described as just Leninism. And there's still value to that conceptually. But the main reason I do it is because all the motherfuckers who tell me that voting for Biden makes me a lib are themselves ignoring the advice of some of the literal founding fathers of our ideology. So I won't have it, okay? We're done with that. Tango Bangle, thanks to the $2. Voshism true. Nick Natro with the very kind 1312. Yo, peep out the first comment under that post going off about how it's a revisionist interpretation. First comment under that post going off about how it's a revisionist interpretation. Do you mean the Reddit? The Reddit post on the subreddit? But how can it be a revisionist interpretation? We read it. If there's a legitimate criticism there. Peter Coffin still molding? Still molding. Wait, how many times has Peter Coffin quote tweeted this? What the fuck? 1, 2... Oh, the stream die? Man, YouTube is being weird today. Marco? Does anyone have that Reddit link? There we go. Y'all are fine. God damn it. Where's that fucking Reddit link? You and your browser history? Browser history! It all makes sense. Oh, wait, this isn't somebody calling it revisionist history. They're joking. Haven't you heard? This is a revisionist reading. They're making a joke. I'm not burning your bus, but how does that Lenin quote advocate for lesser of two evils? Generally, it just advocates putting up communist candidates and voting labor over bourgeois. Wait, how does How does that Lenin quote advocate for lesser of two evils, advocating voting labor over bourgeois? What? The Labor Party in the 1920s wasn't like a vanguard communist party. Bosh, can I come on and call you out real quick? No? Why? What was the character of the Labour Party at the time? History of UK Labour Party. Early years. First Labour government and period of opposition. The largest party lost the majority in parliament. In opposition, MacDonald continued his policy of presenting the Labour Party as a moderate force. It would have been earlier than this? When was this letter written? I'm going to assume this was written sometime around 1920, because that makes the most sense in the timeline. Early 20th century labor was more left than Biden lol. These people don't actually understand the arguments that are being made, do they? What? Oh. That book was published 1920 exactly? Okay. Henderson turned his attention to building a strong constituency-based support network of the later party, previously a no-national organization based largely on branches of unions and socialist societies. Working with Ramsay MacDonald and Sidney Webb, Henderson in 1918 established a national network of constituency organizations. They operated separately from trade unions and the National Executive Committee, and were open to everything sympathetic to the party's policies. Secondly, Henderson secured the adoption of a comprehensive statement of party policies as drafted by Sidney Webb, entitled Labor and the New Social Order, basic labor platform until 1950. Labor and the New Social Order was the basic party platform, so let's take a look at it. Wait, read last paragraph? Meanwhile, the Liberal Party declined rapidly, and the party also suffered a catastrophic split which allowed the Labour Party to gain much of the Liberals' support. With the Liberals thus in disarray, Labour won 142 seats in 1922, making it the second largest political group in the House of Commons and the official opposition to the Conservative government. After the election, Ramsay MacDonald was voted to the first official leader of the Labour Party. Oh, interesting. So socialists participating in the electoral process means they can siphon votes off from liberal parties. Labor and the New Social Order. What is this, a fucking manifesto? Clause 4? Members of the House. The universal enforcement of a national minimum. The legislative regulation of employment, as it is the Labour Party today, stands for the universal application of the policy of the national minimum, to which the spokesmen of Labour have already gained the support of the enlightened statesmen and economists of the world. All these laws purporting to protect against extreme degradation of the standard of life. Okay, so regulation of employment, securing employment for all, social insurance against unemployment. Okay, the democratic control of industry. Here we go. Unlike the Conservative and Liberal parties, the Labour Party insists on democracy in industry as well as in government. It demands the progressive elimination from the control of industry of the private capitalist, individual or joint stock, and the setting free of all who work, whether by hand or by brain, for the service of the community, and of the community only. The Labour Party refuses absolutely to believe that the British people will permanently tolerate any reconstruction or perpetuation of the disorganization, waste, and inefficiency involved in the abandonment of British industry to a jostling crowd of separate private employers with their minds bent not on the service of the community, but only on the utmost possible profiteering. So yes, they were actively socialist during this time. Is this theory? No. Well, no. But it is old. Control of capitalist industry, immediate nationalization, local government. Yes, quite a bit more radical than the Labour Party of today, no? But how did the Labour Party come to be? The Labour Party gained much of the support of the Liberal Party. Text? What? Yes, hyena. There's a Buster in chat? I don't care. In the 1906 election, the LRC, the Labour Representation Committee, won 29 seats, helped by a secret 1903 pact between Ramsay MacDonald and Liberal Chief Whip Herbert Gladstone, fucking British people's names, holy shit, that aimed to avoid splitting the opposition vote between Liberal and Labour candidates in the interest of removing Conservatives from office. Whoa! A secret pact between the Liberals and the Socialists to avoid splitting the vote between them so they could work on a shared goal of removing Conservatives from office? In their first meeting after the election of the group's members of parliament, they decided to adopt the name of the Labour Party. Keir Hardie, who had taken a leading role in getting the party established, chairman of the Parliamentary Labour Party, one vote, several ballots. Party's early year, the ILP provided much of its activist base as the party did not have individual membership until 1918, but operated as a conglomerate of affiliate bodies. The Fabian Society provided much of the intellectual stimulus for the party. One of the first acts of the new Liberal government was to reverse the Taft-Vale judgment. Fucking British people, dude. I wonder the extent to which the fact that the early Labour Party was openly socialist delegitimizes the arguments that I made earlier. Because the main issue is, even this socialist party is willing to participate in electoralism and even work with the Liberals to oust conservative parties. I think all the arguments I made in my earlier segment are still perfectly valid, 100%. That's not good. I'll have to think more about this. I might not make a video segment out of when I talked about it today. I'll have to do a little bit more research. I know for a fact my arguments are right and that busters are stupid, but the problem is they're not going to accept any argument that isn't a literal one-to-one parallel. They'll be like, well, the Labour Party, even though Marx and Lenin both argue you need to meet the proletariat at their current level of radicalization and participate in bourgeois electoralism to maximize the radicalization of the proletariat, they'll still go like, well, the Labour Party was socialist. The Democratic Party isn't socialist, so it's different. Maybe the Labour Party still would be socialist if lefties weren't so fucking bad at getting their political agenda pushed. Thomas Osaze, thank you very much for the 5 Canadian. My email is voshvideo@gmail.com. You can find it if you Google it. Daniel Schmidt with a very kind $5. True, I gotta go through these really quickly. Dumb Bunny and High Progressive, thank you both very, 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 very much for the $5. Lamau, everyone tweet commenting your meme incredulously saying electoralism is good for socialists. These people have literally no arguments. Yeah, they're just really fucking dumb. They're just post hoc justifying their emotional biases. Dumb Bunny with the $5. Would Biden's mistake really radicalize Dems? Yes, some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. Tane with a very kind tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. Yes, down ballot support is Pogger. Spao with a very kind $5. I tried to convince someone B.O.B. was dumb, and he was only convinced when I said you would have banned him from chat because of his dumb arguments. I don't really ban Bernie or Busters from my chat, though. RJ Witt with a very kind 14 Canadian. Hi V, bye V. Love you, comrade, if you're still even here. Oh, God. Why do you people do so many links? Spooky... This is the Round Baby Hour. Spooky Skeleton, thank you so goddamn much for the incredibly kind $5. What a large, beautiful baby boy. On Sugar Hill, thank you so much for the $10, comrade. I have captured the attention of your beautiful kitty. Look. Look. He has eyes only for me. And Zero Divisor with the $5. Thank you so goddamn much for the incredibly kind... Oh my God, these are so cute. Look. Beans. This one has an extra toe. Beans. Babies. Oh. Baby belly. Absolutely beautiful. Thoughtful Jack with the insanely generous $35. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. That's the most generous baby pick I think I've ever gotten. Holy shit. Thank you so fucking much. Look at this beautiful, beautiful baby. Cats love laundry because they like the heat. Very true. Red Repose with the unbelievably generous $50 donation. Hey, Vosh, what's your favorite animal and why? I mean, right now for me, it probably has to be cats because I'm living with them and they're very, very cute. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind $50 donation. I really appreciate that. I just like cats. They're good babies. Very good. Probably the Saws plea. Thank you for the $5. Tanky Twitter already melding at the tweet you posted. Yeah, I know, Comrade Nolan. I'm going to do a fuck ton of research on what Marx and Lenin had to say about electoralism, and I'm going to have a very well-structured video on it, okay? That's what I'm going to do. Violet Demsoak Ooh with $3 thoughts. How will this make it hard? Will this make it harder for Trump to win the election? You've given me a 404 link, comrade. Sorry. The arms dealer with the $5. How to deal with Trumpkins?
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
That's probably it. Maybe maybe something, possibly. People need to stop sacrificing their lives for the principle. Vote out Trump. Also, my baby. Baby. Hey, Hat in Time. Nice. 2 babies. Well, he's not really a baby. He's like a little ghost demigod. That is true in rainbows, yeah. And Key with a very kind tier 1 sub, Stretching Baby. Follow my TikTok for more hamster socialism content. But beautiful. Beautiful and flawless. We need a baby master doc. It would fill up pretty quickly. And the last 2, Sneaky Wikiki, thank you so goddamn much for the gift of tier 1 sub. And Tane with the tier 1 sub. An equivalent to the Liberal/Labor Party would be the Green. Would be if the Green were working with the Democrats not to spoil the election. Yeah, just with parliaments you can do that, but with presidential elections you can't. Certainly not with first past the post. All right, folks, I love you so goddamn much. I'm going to do a bunch of research on electoralism and participation in bourgeois politics. In between now and the next stream, and the next stream we do, I am going to present the argument for this. Joseph Anderson gave you a shout out? Wait, really? I love Joseph Anderson. Hold on.
As the choice, it was. I'm gonna butcher this analogy, and I don't even know like I'm not endorsing or anything like that. I'm just repeating what was said. It was something about how capitalists think that everyone has the option to work, so it's fine that some people can be exploited because you always have the option to just say no. And the analogy was that if you were on a desert island and there was just you and another guy, and that other guy had all the coconuts and you had nothing else, well, you have the choice to suck his dick to get a coconut, but he's not making you. You could go starve on the other side of the desert island if you wanted. You know, it was that kind of analogy, and I thought that was funny. I think it was Vosh that said that to this guy in the Destiny video. Anyway, how's it going, Lily? Do you want?
Did you get it?
I'll
Can you just give it to me?
I'm very happy to know that in some way, shape, or form, my favorite video game video essayist has commented on my or seen my content. All right, I love you guys very much. You're beautiful people. I'm going to do a lot more research. We're going to maul them hard. We're going to do a lot of research on this subject. Yeah. I love you all very much, okay? By the way, if any of you have any specific excerpts from Marx or Lenin that refer to the importance of participation in electoralism, not just for socialist parties, but for any system that you can use to radicalize people, please send me those emails. Additionally, if you have historical examples where participation in bourgeois electoralism or parliamentarianism ended up being used as a vessel to radicalize the proletariat, if you can get me examples of either of those two things, Engels as well, email them to me now. Don't fucking wait. If you want a bomb-ass segment tomorrow, do not fucking wait. My apologies to any donors that were missed. Sometimes they get missed through the API. It's nothing we can actually fix. Unfortunately, it's a problem on YouTube's end. I love you very, very much. If, of course, I missed your donut, you can email me and I can give you a refund. I love you. You're beautiful. And if you want to find my email, you can just Google Vosh email. Love you. Farewell.